Chapter 736. If he did, Li Kanglin would know my intentions. He would mix his blood with the soul fragments and place them on Li Canghai's clothes. With Feng Yinyang's attainments in feng shui, he would be able to find Li Kanglin and save him. Today, I will take back what Li Kanglin gave me. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the will of the heavens. Yan Chuan immediately understood why Meng Ziqiu had been appearing and disappearing so mysteriously. So it was to save Li Kanglin. He continued to read. In the end, if you can't save Li Kanglin, you should leave. I've heard that the southern feng shui sect isn't just opening up the road to the Yellow Springs. It's not just that. Li Canghai is too ambitious, or there are other reasons I don't know. Not only do they want to open up the road to the Yellow Springs, but they also want to use the sky-burying coffin to open the door to the world of immortals. They want to break open the world of immortals. Calamity will follow. You're on your own. Hiss. Yan Chuan gasped. Road to the Yellow Springs. Break open the world of immortals. Yan Chuan's brows furrowed. What's wrong, Hades Emperor? Feng Yinyang asked, puzzled. Yan Chuan handed the letter to Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang quickly skimmed through it. Impossible. How is this possible? Feng Yinyang exclaimed. Li Canghai expelled you not because of your disobedience, but because he didn't want you to ruin his plans. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. Meng Ziqiu exchanged his life for this. It's your master's blood and soul fragments. If you're willing to believe it, use it to point to your master's location. We'll go with you to save Li Kanglin. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Biting his lips, Feng Yinyang's uncertainty turned into a raging fire. His master was Feng Yinyang's closest person. Now, he was imprisoned. All right, give it to me. Feng Yinyang said with a gloomy expression. He took out a compass and placed Li Kanglin's blood and soul fragments into it. Immediately, the compass began to spin rapidly. Rumble. Over there. Feng Yinyang pointed in a direction. 3 months later, the flying boat was still flying at high speed. Feng Yinyang stared at the compass with a complicated expression. Soon, we're close. Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. What is that place? Yan Chuan frowned as he looked into the distance. That's Li Canghai from the Yueshan Academy. He imprisoned my master in the Yueshan Academy. Feng Yinyang's face was extremely grim. The flying ship stopped in the distance. Standing outside a large city, Yan Chuan looked into the distance and saw countless strands of fate churning in the air. Just like the Jiulu Academy, it was a vast city with a sea of fate clouds above it. However, the Jiulu Academy had 5 golden dragons above the sea of fate clouds. The Yueshan Academy, on the other hand, only had 3 golden dragons. The group naturally knew how to conceal themselves. Leaving a few people outside the city to stand guard, Yan Chuan and Feng Yinyang quickly made their way into the city. Thank you for your time, Hades Emperor. I can see that you want to stop Li Canghai's feng shui ceremony. Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. Yan Chuan smiled wryly and nodded. That's right. Great Zhen isn't strong enough yet. Right now, I really don't want to break open the world gate. If the world of immortals invades our world, the world will fall into chaos. Great Zhen is still too weak. Then why did you? Feng Yinyang frowned. Because I think it's more important to save your master. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Thank you. If we can save my master and stop Li Canghai's scheme, I will ask my master to join Great Zhen for 100 years and set up thousands of feng shui formations for you. Feng Yinyang said sincerely. With Mr. Feng's help, Great Zhen will have nothing to fear even if we have to face thousands of heroes from the world of immortals. Yan Chuan laughed. You flatter me, Hades Emperor. Feng Yinyang said, a little embarrassed. I'm telling the truth. Let's go and save your master first. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Feng Yinyang nodded. Yan Chuan had seen Feng Yinyang's feng shui skills. They were about the same as Zhen Rou's in his previous life. But even with such powerful feng shui skills, he hadn't received the true teachings of the South School of Feng Shui. According to the South School's rules, the true teachings could only be passed down to one person per generation. Feng Yinyang's feng shui skills were so powerful, but he hadn't received the true teachings. How powerful was Li Kanglin? Yan Chuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Who's there? Xing. The Jade Emperor's sword instantly killed a Confucian cultivator. Feng Yinyang grabbed the compass and walked step by step toward the mountain range in the city. They walked to the center of the mountain range. They stood in a hidden corner and looked coldly at the valley. 30 Confucian cultivators sat in the valley, each speaking in the language of the saints. Streams of righteous energy flowed into a cave in the valley. There were also dozens of Confucian guards around them. They were patrolling the area. I'll kill all the Confucian cultivators, and you'll set up the formations. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The two split up, and Yan Chuan shot into the forest. Yan Chuan seemed to have turned into a ghost, drifting unpredictably. Who's there? One of the Confucian cultivators seemed to be on guard. Xing. The Confucian cultivator's throat was instantly cut open. It seems that Li Canghai has transferred all the experts of the Yushan Academy to the Southern Feng Shui sect. Yan Chuan was surprised to see that he could easily kill a Confucian cultivator. Shoo. Shoo. Yan Chuan usually didn't bother to assassinate people personally. However, this time, he had no choice but to be an assassin for the sake of Great Jin's prosperity. In the blink of an eye, all the guards fell to the ground. Hum. Fog rose around the valley, and the valley gradually became blurry. Clearly, Feng Yinyang's feng shui formation was working. What's going on? The Confucian cultivators sitting on the ground were shocked. Boom. A large amount of sword qi descended from the sky and killed all the Confucian cultivators. Yan Chuan and Feng Yinyang gathered at the entrance of the cave. Master is inside. Feng Yinyang looked at the compass and said in a low voice. The two of them looked at the entrance of the cave and stepped in. This was a cave that led to the depths of the earth. As they stepped in, a large amount of providence slowly spread out. Clearly, the Confucian cultivators had used righteous energy to spread the providence inside. The deeper they went, the more providence there was. Yan Chuan's expression became more serious. Providence? Who else in the world could control it like that other than him? Soon, the two of them reached the depths of the earth. Here, the providence was extremely dense. Yin Yang. Ha ha ha, Yin Yang, you're here, my good disciple. An excited voice came from the depths of the earth. Master, Master. Feng Yinyang ran in excitedly. Chapter 737. Yan Chuan and Feng Yinyang rushed into the cave. Feng Yinyang's face was full of excitement, but the moment he rushed into the cave, his body suddenly stopped. Yan Chuan also stopped and raised his eyebrows. Disciple, come here. Li Kanglin's voice came from the cave again. Master, why are you like this? Feng Yinyang's voice suddenly became hoarse. At the center of the cave was Li Kanglin. However, Li Kanglin's eyes had been gouged out, leaving only 2 bloody holes. His hands were chopped off and his knees were gouged out. 9 huge hooks pierced through Li Kanglin's body and hung him on his knees. Boundless luck shrouded the interior of the cave. It was to draw in the golden dragon of luck from the outside world. The golden dragon of luck's claws seemed to have shrunk many times and appeared in the cave. 9 dragon claws clasped Li Kanglin's spine. Master, how could this be? How could this be? Feng Yin-yang rushed over with a sorrowful voice. He reached out and was about to cut off everything to save Li Kanglan. Don't move, don't move. Li Kanglan suddenly shouted. Master. Feng Yin-yang sobbed. I'm already satisfied that I was able to wait until you came. Yin-yang, how did you find me? Also, who's behind you? Why is the dragon chi so abundant? Li Kanglan asked in confusion. My name is Yan Chuan, the ruler of the great Jin dynasty. Yan Chuan said. Dragon chi. Li Kanglan's eyes had been dug out, but he could still see the dragon aura on him. One had to know that in his previous life, even the strongest feng shui master in the Celestial Empire could not see it. Yan Chuan. So you are Yan Chuan. Li Kanglan nodded. He didn't say anything else. Yin-yang, how did you find us? Li Kanglan asked Feng Yin-yang again. Feng Yin-yang quickly explained what had happened. Meng Ziqiu. Sigh. This old man has let him down. Yin-yang, if possible, please take care of Meng Ziqiu's children. Li Kanglan said solemnly. Yes, disciple will definitely follow master's instructions. But master, the south school has been occupied by Li Canghai. Now. Feng Yin-yang said anxiously. Southern sect. Even if the southern sect is destroyed, it doesn't matter. Our feng shui southern sect cultivates feng shui, not merit. Each sect only has one true disciple. As long as the true disciple is alive, the sect will not be destroyed. Yes, but master, what's going on? Why would Li Canghai attack you? Feng Yin-yang asked doubtfully. Li Canghai is a wolf with wild ambitions. Everyone was deceived by him. Otherwise, how could I have suffered such a calamity? Li Kanglan said with hatred. Why would he do that? You are brothers. Feng Yin-yang was puzzled. Brothers? You're mistaken. Li Canghai's plan started when he was still in his mother's womb. He started planning even before he and I were born. He's not from this world. Li Kanglan said hatefully. Did he reincarnate in the netherworld? No, not the netherworld. The structure of the netherworld is similar to the Yang realm. Li Canghai is not from the netherworld, but the outside world, the immortal realm, you speak of. He's a powerhouse from the immortal realm. I don't know what secret method he used to reincarnate into our world. He reincarnated into my mother's womb. He doesn't recognize this life, only the previous one. Immortal realm. He came down from the immortal realm. Why did he come down? Feng Yin-yang was puzzled. He wants to break open the gate to our world and let a powerhouse from the immortal realm, no, an emperor, come in. Unlike an immortal, he wants to open a gate and let the emperor and his kingdom invade our world. Li Kanglan said solemnly. Chapter 738. A full-scale invasion. Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. Why? Everyone wants to ascend to the immortal realm. Why would the emperor enter our mortal realm? Feng Yin-yang was confused. Immortal realm? Mortal realm? There is no such thing as the immortal realm or the mortal realm in this world. There is only one world, the most fundamental world. Our mortal realm used to be part of the immortal realm in the past. Later, Goddess Jichen used her power to seal this area, Li Kanglan explained. Our place was originally a part of the immortal realm. Was it sealed? Sealed a world. Goddess Jichen. Feng Yin-yang exclaimed. In the ancient times, there was a great calamity. The heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. The entire world was on the verge of destruction. All the experts and heroes of the world died in that calamity. Goddess Jichen sacrificed herself to save the world. However, Goddess Jichen wasn't certain that her sacrifice would save the world. Therefore, before she sacrificed herself, she sealed 5 regions to preserve the world's fire. For the sake of our world, we won't be completely exhausted. Li Kanglan sighed. 5 regions? Our world is one of them? Feng Yinyang asked. That's right. Now you know why the emperor entered this world, right? Li Kanglan said bitterly. For goddess Jichen's Dao seal. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. As expected of my disciple, ha 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 ha. Li Kanglan laughed loudly. Master, how do you know? Could it be that our lineage is connected to the ancient times? Feng Yinyang asked curiously. Connected to the ancient times? No, when the great calamity happened, our lineage hadn't yet appeared. We were only born later. Our lineage had a powerful enemy, so we escaped to this world, Li Kanglan explained. Enemy? Yes, the enemy is very strong. Maybe I won't be able to take revenge in this lifetime. Li Kanglan sighed. Li Kanglan sighed. Before we entered this world, goddess Jichen had sealed 5 regions. 3 of them had already been broken and their seals had been stolen. At that time, there were only 2 left. This is one of them. I don't know if the last one is still there. What about the northern sect? Does the Feng Shui northern sect have anything to do with my Feng Shui southern sect? Feng Yinyang asked, puzzled. Feng Shui northern sect. Actually, the Feng Shui northern sect and my Feng Shui southern sect were originally from the same lineage, but we split into 2. I only received half of the inheritance, and the other half is in the hands of the northern sect. Fortunately, the northern sect's sect master is like me, and understands the rules. He also only passes the inheritance to 1 person per generation. If you have the chance in the future, go and get the other half of the inheritance. Li Kanglan sighed. Yes. Feng Yinyang nodded. But master, how could Li Canghai have broken into our world? Why didn't you notice it in the beginning? Feng Yinyang asked. Why? It's because of the sky-burying coffin. Li Kanglan said bitterly. Yan Chuan's expression changed, and he looked at Li Kanglan in surprise. At first, I thought that the sky-burying coffin was just an immortal artifact. Li Canghai persuaded me to open the yin and yang worlds, and I agreed. But after years of research, I realized that it wasn't an immortal artifact. I finally know what it is. Not only can it open the path to the underworld, but it's also powerful enough to break open this world. So the legend is true. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect goddess Jichen to bury one of the coffins in this world. Li Kanglan trembled in shock. Chapter 739. What is that coffin? Yan Chuan asked curiously. In Yan Chuan's previous life, he had obtained a sky-burying copper coffin when he opened the tomb of the immortals. Later on, he had used that sky-burying copper coffin to bury his body. Now, there was another one in this life. What is it? Why don't you think about it from its name? Li Kanglan said bitterly. Name? Sky-burying copper coffin. Bury heaven. Yan Chuan's expression changed. That's right. As I said before, firmament is dead. Firmament is dead. Legend has it that goddess Jichen and a group of ancient gods buried firmament in a copper coffin. That copper coffin is called the sky-burying copper coffin. Li Kanglan said solemnly. Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. Buried firmament in a copper coffin. Sky-burying copper coffin. Later on, the ancient gods used some kind of secret technique to split the sky-burying coffin into 9 different coffins. Chang Tian's corpse also disappeared after that. It turned into 9 empty coffins. At the end of the great ancient calamity, many ancient gods died. Goddess Jichen used these 9 coffins to bury 9 of them. I didn't expect that there would be one in our world. A coffin that can bury firmament. How can it be an ordinary immortal artifact? Li Kanglan said bitterly. There are 9 sky-burying copper coffins in the world. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and exclaimed. Although he was the emperor of the Celestial Empire in his previous life, there were too many powerful people in the world. The Celestial Empire back then was only a small part of the empire and knew very little about the world. Why did Li Canghai banish you? He was afraid that you would ruin his plans. The feng shui altar has already been set up. He just needs to mobilize all the feng shui masters in the South faction to open it on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month. A feng shui master is enough. It's enough. Li Kanglin said bitterly. Master, in the end, is there still a blood sacrifice? Feng Yinyang's expression changed. That's right. I was wondering why Li Canghai invited all the experts of the southern divine continent. He wanted to carry out a blood sacrifice and capture all the factions of the southern divine continent. Once the emperor of the immortal world enters, he'll be able to unify the southern divine continent as quickly as possible. Li Kanglin said in a low voice. No wonder. No wonder he chased away the guests from the various holy lands and academies. He didn't want to sacrifice these people and become enemies with the entire world. Although we chased away the various holy lands, we did not become mortal enemies. Feng Yinyang sighed. Yinyang, you're the disciple I'm most proud of. Your attainments in feng shui are even greater than mine back in the day. I've always wanted you to pass on my mantle. The will of the heavens sent you to me. Now, Master will pass on my legacy to you. Li Canghai has been forcing me for many years to obtain my legacy. Haha, who would have thought that I would pass it on to you, ha ha ha. Li Kanglin laughed. Master. But now. Feng Yinyang didn't understand. Enough nonsense. Sit down. Li Kanglin called out. Hum. A semicircular compass suddenly appeared in front of Li Kanglin's chest. No, it was half a compass. It looked like it had nearly 1,000 wheels. Yan Chuan, can I trouble you to stand guard for me and my disciple? Li Kanglin asked. All right. Yan Chuan nodded and walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out, he heard a voice from inside. Listen carefully, my disciple. In the immortal world, feng shui masters are judged by their lineages. The so-called feng shui sects are just servants of each lineage. Each lineage only has one true disciple and one feng shui master. Our lineage is called Ghost Valley. Li Kanglin said solemnly. Yes, our lineage is called Ghost Valley. Feng Yinyang's voice rang out. Chapter 740. Out of the cave. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. As a native of the immortal realm, he didn't expect that his understanding of the immortal realm would be worse than the mortal realm. Pulse. Feng shui masters didn't calculate based on the sect, but on the pulse. A feng shui master was just a servant of the master. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. In the past, he only had a general understanding of feng shui. Now, he understood the structure of feng shui. None of the 5 cultivators in the world were simple. Yan Chuan didn't disturb or peek at the inheritance in the cave, because there was no need to. Just like that, they waited for an entire day. Suddenly. Roar. A golden dragon roared above the Sea of Providence in the Yushan Academy. Its roar was filled with anger. What's going on? The people looked at the sky in shock. Roar. Roar. The other 2 golden dragons of luck followed suit and roared. As they roared, they moved their bodies crazily, causing the Providence to surge. Countless Confucian cultivators in the city looked up at the sky and saw the golden dragons of luck roaring and revealing their bodies. Each of the 3 golden dragons of luck was missing 3 dragon claws. Where were the claws of the golden dragon? Yan Chuan looked at the sky and immediately understood that the dragon claw was not gone. It was cut off by Feng Yinyang and Li Kanglin. Roar. The golden dragon roared and charged into the valley. Rumble. One of the golden dragons roared and swooped down toward the valley as if it was going to tear it apart. Humph. Yen Chuan snorted. He waved his hand and a great heavenly seal rose to the sky. The great heavenly seal suddenly expanded 10,000 times and charged at the golden dragon like a giant mountain. Hong. Under the impact of the great sky stabilizing seal, the golden light was dazzling, and the massive impact resounded throughout the entire Yu Mountain City. Back in Yu Mountain City, countless citizens looked up at the sky, only to witness a shocking scene. With a loud bang, the golden dragon of Providence let out a sorrowful cry. Roar. Boom. The golden dragon of luck let out a sorrowful cry and exploded. You want to go against me without an abbot? Yen Chuan stared coldly at the other two golden dragons of luck. The two golden dragons of destiny didn't fly over. Instead, they stared at Yen Chuan. Humph. Yen Chuan snorted coldly. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you destroy the golden dragon of Yushan Academy? Bastard! Angry roars rose from all directions. A large number of practitioners flew towards the valley where Yen Chuan was. Yen Chuan sneered and unsheathed the Jade Emperor sword. Li Canghai had brought a large number of experts to the southern Feng Shui sect. How strong could the practitioners here be? In a large hall in the southern Feng Shui sect, Li Canghai was pretending to be Li Kanglan as he looked at a group of Feng Shui masters. Sect Master, everything is ready. When the time is right, we can open the Yellow Springs path. A Feng Shui master said respectfully. Li Canghai nodded. Ming Ling Tian. Li Canghai looked at Ming Ling Tian. Yes. Any news about Feng Yinyang and Yen Chuan? Li Canghai frowned. No. I think they've returned to the East Divine Continent. Ha! Ming Ling Tian laughed. Chapter 741. Li Canghai frowned, feeling uneasy. He shouldn't have let them go that day. You may leave. Li Canghai said. Yes. Everyone left the hall. Li Canghai was walking in the hall when he heard a dragon's roar. Roar. The dragon's cry was tragic. Li Canghai's expression changed. The golden dragon of destiny? The golden dragon of Yushan Academy? Li Canghai closed his eyes and sensed it. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. Bang! He smashed a chair's armrest. Yen Chuan. Feng Yinyang. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. I sent a large number of experts to the north to stop you, but you went to Yushan Academy. Li Canghai said hatefully. If not for the fact that I had to calm all the Feng Shui masters, I could have finished you off at Yinyang Peak. You too. Humph. Li Canghai's expression was ugly. No, how did they know? I get it now. It's Meng Ziqiu. Old man, I was wondering why you barged into my residence that day. So it was you. Li Canghai figured it out. He sulked for a while. Li Canghai's expression turned cold. So what if you saved Li Kanglan? So what if you destroyed Yushan Academy's destiny? You are destined to be too late. By the time you rush back from the Yu Mountain Academy, I will have already opened the entrance. His Majesty will enter the southern divine continent. None of you can stop him. In the future, none of you can escape. Humph. Yushan Academy. Rumble. Experts lay in pools of blood in the central valley. Yen Chuan stood at the peak of the mountain, surrounded by the Jade Emperor's sword formation. He looked coldly at the crowd of Confucian cultivators. There were many of them, but the thousands of corpses on the ground made their expressions ugly. No one dared to approach. Who are you? Why did you come to Yushan Academy? Do you know the consequences of killing us? A great Confucian shouted coldly. Yan Chuan didn't pay any attention to them. He only looked around coldly. The Confucian cultivators looked coldly at Yan Chuan. They were at a stalemate. He froze for half a day. After half a day, there was finally some movement in the valley below. Feng Yinyang walked out. This time, Feng Yinyang wore a hat and carried a white jade coffin. His footsteps were extremely heavy. A coffin? Seeing this, Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. A coffin? Where is Li Kanglin? Who are you? A great scholar looked at Feng Yinyang and shouted. Feng Yinyang stared at him. Roar! A loud roar rang out, and 10 earth dragon veins suddenly erupted from the ground toward the grand scholar. Boom! The Confucian scholar exploded with a loud bang. Feng Yinyang was very angry. His anger soared to the sky, as if he needed to vent. With every step he took, the earth churned. The dragon veins around the Mountain Academy were all activated by Feng Yinyang. Rumble. The earth was churning, and countless rocks were flying up into the sky. The Mountain Academy was in a mess, with tumbling mountains everywhere. Ah! Countless Confucian cultivators in the Mountain Academy screamed. The mountains were tumbling, and the earth was shaking like a tsunami in a storm. For a moment, there were screams and countless casualties. Stop! The Confucian cultivators shouted. Buzz! 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 The Jade Emperor's sword turned into countless sword shadows, killing all who came. The ground under Feng Yinyang's feet suddenly rose and turned into a mountain. Yan Chuan put away the Jade Emperor's sword and landed on the mountain beside Feng Yinyang. Rumble! The mountain moved out of the messy mountain city. None of the Confucian cultivators dared to stop it along the way. They could not stop it at all. Not long after, the two of them returned to the flying ship outside the city. Is Li Kanglin dead? Yan Chuan asked. Feng Yinyang felt a pang of bitterness. There's only one master in each lineage. I didn't think it through before, but now I finally understand. There's only one master in each generation. The previous generation didn't ascend to the immortal realm. They all died. Not only did they pass on the art of feng shui, but they also passed on their fate to the next generation. Feng Yinyang said bitterly. Yan Chuan sighed. The dead are gone. My condolences. Yan Chuan sighed. Feng Yinyang nodded. What's your plan? It's too late to stop Li Canghai. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Yinyang. Can't stop him. I'm going back to take the other feng shui masters with me. I'm the master, and they're my servants. Why should I leave my servants to Li Canghai? Feng Yinyang said coldly. Hua Guang, set sail. Full speed ahead to the southern feng shui sect. Yan Chuan ordered Hua Guang. Understood. Rumble. The airship took to the air. Feng Yinyang looked at Yan Chuan and said solemnly, I, Feng Yinyang, will honor my words. The southern feng shui sect is destroyed, but it will remain as long as I live. I'll fulfill my promise to Dazheng for 100 years. Good. With Mr. Feng's help for 100 years, Dazheng will prosper for generations to come. You know that Li Canghai wants to bring the emperors of the immortal world into this world. There's a department for feng shui masters in the immortal world called the Imperial Astronomer. Every country has one. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang took a deep breath and said, I know. Master told me before. I'll join the Imperial Astronomer then. From today onwards, I'll appoint Feng Yinyang as the Imperial Astronomer. He won't be participating in the Imperial Court, but an independent special department of Dazheng. Yan Chuan said solemnly. At the same time, the providence cloud above Yan Jin in the Dazheng dynasty started to churn. Yi Feng, Lu Gang, and the others looked at the sky. Is this the sign of investiture? Lu Gang said in surprise. Yes. It seems like His Majesty has found another capable person. Yi Feng looked at the sky and nodded. On the airship. Yes, His Majesty. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Mr. Feng, you don't have to bow. The investiture is only to allow you to contact Dazheng's providence and enjoy it. You don't have to be so polite to me. Just act as usual. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Feng Yinyang nodded. I'll go take a look at Master's corpse. Feng Yinyang said with a heavy heart. Yan Chuan nodded. After watching Feng Yinyang leave, Yan Chuan's face gradually turned serious. Respect for the wise. This was something that every ruler had to know. Feng Yinyang was obviously a virtuous paragon, so Yan Chuan was naturally very polite to him. 100 years? 100 years was enough. Yan Chuan understood that Feng Yinyang did not have much of a sense of belonging to Dezhen. He had only joined Dezhen because he wanted to repay Yan Chuan's kindness. Such a person had his own pride. Especially after obtaining the inheritance of the Phantom Valley. Although his heart wasn't with Dazheng now, Yan Chuan still had 100 years. Yan Chuan believed that he would be able to influence Feng Yinyang 100 years later and let him follow Dazheng to the other side. Chapter 742 September 9th, Double Yang Day, Southern Divine Continent. Feng Shui Nanzong. Nearly 1,000,000 Feng Shui masters in black robes spread out around a circular altar that was 1,000 feet in diameter. The circular altar was pitch black in color, and a huge sky-burying coffin was placed on top of it. Dressed in a black robe, Li Canghai led the geomancers to the four corners of the altar. At this moment, the ground was like a gigantic compass, spinning in circles. The first circle was the altar that was 1,000 feet tall. The second circle consisted of Li Canghai, Ming Ling Tian, and 100 geomancers. The third circle included all the other Feng Shui masters. There were millions of them. Almost all of the geomancers in the southern Feng Shui sect were present. In the fourth circle, the spectators were the various powerful experts of the southern divine continent. Including the large number of disciples that Xiao Xiong had brought along, there were about 5 million of them. There were a total of 4 circles, and they were all completely silent as they looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the center. It was about time. Li Canghai looked up at the sky. It's already 5 in the afternoon. Sacrifice. Li Canghai ordered. Who? Millions of Feng Shui masters knelt before the altars in the first circle. At the same time, all the geomancers began to chant cryptic incantations. Although they couldn't understand, the voices were extremely loud and in unison. When the incantation was uttered, the spectators in the fourth circle all felt their minds tremble. Buzz! Suddenly, countless yellow lights appeared on the ground. It was as if there was some kind of power sealed underground that was about to be released. Ong! 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 The tens of thousands of dragon veins surrounding the southern Feng Shui sect suddenly let out a long cry that shook the 9 heavens. The huge aura shook all the spectators and forced them to take a step back. It was like a surging river. The 10,000 dragon veins all charged towards the altar in the center. Boom! 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 The 10,000 dragons slammed into the altar in the center, and the altar suddenly shot out billions of rays of golden light, which shot straight towards the sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The heaven-burying coffin floated vertically in the air, trembling endlessly. Buzz! As the number of dragons increased, the heaven-burying coffin trembled more and more violently. The space around the first circle of altars seemed to blur. Buzz! Every time the coffin trembled, it was as if it was breathing. It was accumulating power and waiting to be unleashed, carrying a monstrous force. In the fourth circle, among the spectators, there was a cave in the mountain. Tao Lord Yu stood in a hidden place and looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the distance. Heaven-burying coffin? Tao Lord Yu raised her eyebrows. To think that even Maori would make a mistake. Back then, he actually gave it to Guyu so casually. The heaven-burying coffin is no small matter. Tao Lord Yu said solemnly. At the foot of another mountain. There was also a group of special people standing there. There were a total of 5 people, and the leader was a woman. She wore a tight red robe that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She had a head of fiery red hair, and she looked at the heaven-burying coffin in the distance with excitement and anticipation. If Yen Chuan was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman was Meng Hongying, the cousin of his fiancée ZZ. There were 4 people following behind Meng Hongying. They seemed to be her subordinates and were extremely respectful to her. Sky-burying coffin. Even after bearing the 10,000 dragon chi, it still had not reached its limit. What kind of treasure was it? Humph, how dare Li Kanglan chase me away? Was he afraid that I would covet this coffin? Meng Hongying's expression changed slightly. Chapter 743. Tao Lord Yu, Meng Hongying, and countless other experts were staring at the sky-burying coffin. In the distance, the sky-burying coffin trembled for a while. Suddenly, it trembled up and down and crashed toward the altar. Hong! The sky-burying coffin crashed onto the altar. The surrounding noise suddenly stopped. Everyone looked over expectantly. Crack! 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 Under the sky-burying coffin, a large number of cracks suddenly appeared on the altar. Boom! The altar shattered with a loud bang, and a huge trench appeared horizontally from where the altar had been. Rumble! The earth trembled, and a trench that was 10,000 feet long and 100 feet wide suddenly appeared. Ah! Ah! There were some feng shui masters and spectators who were unlucky enough to fall from the sky. Yellow light shot into the sky from the trench. Accompanied by the yellow light, a surge of yin qi gushed out. Ah! Woo woo woo! Caw caw caw! Yang qi, it's actually yang qi. Suddenly, thousands of cheers could be heard from the trench. On the walls of the trench, black figures were slowly climbing up. There were too many black figures, more than 1 million of them. Halfway up, they suddenly fell down, or stepped on one another to climb up along the walls of the trench. There was happiness, pain, excitement, and suffering. The black figures looked extremely eerie in the yellow light. Accompanied by a large amount of yin qi. Everyone knew what was going on. Tao Lord Yu looked around. The endless yin qi covered the sky and the sun, blocking out the light of the day as if it was night. The road to the Yellow Springs is open. Tao Lord Yu exclaimed. On the other side. Meng Hongying's face darkened as she said, the ghosts of the netherworld are crawling along the road to the living world. The connection of yin and yang is a revolution in the world. The world situation might change because of this. The road to the Yellow Springs was opened, and thousands of ghosts crawled toward the living world. However, the road to the Yellow Springs was too difficult to walk and climb. Halfway up, many ghosts fell down and fell into the netherworld again. However, the ghosts were tireless. They stepped on one another and continued crawling. The people who had fallen into the netherworld were also completely submerged in the endless sea of ghosts. Countless feng shui masters were overjoyed. Li Canghai, on the other hand, had a grave expression on his face as he watched the endless yin energy rush up from the Yellow Springs Road and envelop the southern feng shui sect. Li Canghai seemed to be waiting for something. Li Canghai finally got the chance when the yin energy was completely isolated from the outside world. Sacrifice again. At Li Canghai's command, the million feng shui masters began to chant the cryptic incantation again. Ong! Ong! As the earth surged, the cries of 10,000 dragons rang out once again. The 10,000 dragons moved again. However, this time, they did not rush towards the first circle of altars. Instead, they rushed towards the audience area of the fourth circle. Boom! The 10,000 dragons charged into the fourth circle and burst out of the ground. Suddenly, they dissolved into the boundless yin qi, turning into a yellow fog. As soon as the yellow mist appeared, it scattered in all directions and entered the bodies of the powerhouses in the blink of an eye. The feng shui masters kept chanting the incantation. Among the powerhouses in the fourth circle. Master, what's wrong? Everyone looked at the red-robed sect master. The sect master's eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, a vicious aura radiated from him. Master? Why are your eyes red? Ah, junior brother, your eyes are red too. Martial uncle, why are your eyes red too? The disciple cried out in panic. It was right to panic, but it was too late. The red-eyed crowd seemed to have lost their minds in an instant. They attacked the disciple who had spoken. Boom! The disciple exploded with a loud bang. Not even his bones remained, but his blood suddenly spurted into the sky and rushed towards the sky-burying coffin along with the yin energy. After killing the disciple, the red-eyed crowd continued to fight each other as if their hatred had not been quelled. Everyone who was tainted by the yellow mist lost their minds and became violent. Kill! 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 Fighting broke out in the crowd of spectators. Rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere, and the power of the fighting was vast. As long as someone died, their blood would be sucked out by an invisible force and sent into the heaven-burying coffin. Ah! Help! Roar! The fourth circle was a mess. Below the first circle was the road to the underworld, and above it, the sky-burying coffin was absorbing endless blood and trembling again. Li Canghai looked around coldly. In the distance. What a strong corrosive power. Taoist Lord Yu sensed the yellow mist in surprise. Taoist Lord Yu barely blocked the yellow mist's corrosion. On the other side, Meng Hongying and her 4 subordinates were not affected by the yellow mist either. A white stone-like Dharma treasure appeared in Meng Hongying's hand. It was the size of a fist. It was the holy light stone that Yan Chuan had used to forge the god's sword. Meng Hongying activated the holy light stone. A large amount of white light shrouded the 5 of them and blocked the yellow mist's corrosion. Blood sacrifice. Li Kanglan wants to sacrifice all the powerhouses in the southern divine continent. What is he doing? Meng Hongying looked into the distance in surprise. Boom! Kill! Those who stand in my way shall die. The powerhouses were fighting each other. Their essence blood was sucked into the sky-burying coffin. Taoist Lord Yu and Meng Hongying watched coldly. They had no intention of interfering. Both of them wanted to know what the southern sect of Feng Shui was doing. This slaughter lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a frenzied slaughter that was extremely tragic. A large number of experts were buried, and those who survived were heavily injured. They were on the verge of death. The sky-burying coffin trembled even more violently. Li Canghai looked at the sky-burying coffin. Not enough, Ming Ling Tian. Li Canghai yelled. Yes. Ming Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He waved his hand and 100 Feng Shui masters in the second circle all took out a Dharma treasure and waved it. Boom! The power that separated the fourth and third circles from the yellow mist seemed to have suddenly disappeared. The yellow mist rolled toward the Feng Shui masters in the third circle. Ah! Some of the Feng Shui masters screamed. Master, why? Sect master, no. Sect master, why? The Feng Shui masters screamed. Sect master wants to sacrifice us. Why? The sky-burying coffin trembled as if it was twisting space. Li Canghai was in a good mood. He looked at the terrified feng shui masters and said, "Ha ha ha, I'm not Li Kanglin." Chapter 744. Ha 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 ha. I'm not Li Kanglin. Li Canghai laughed. The feng shui masters in the third circle were stunned. Li Canghai. One of the feng shui masters roared. It's too late. Li Canghai swung his sleeves and laughed. Bastard. Where's my master? Where's the sect master? The feng shui masters nearby rushed over in a frenzy. Buzz. Between the second and third circles, a transparent yellow wall suddenly appeared, blocking the group of geomancers outside. Boom. 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 The feng shui masters bombarded the building but failed to open it. They were furious. Ming Lingtian, you bastard. You betrayed the sect. You betrayed the South sect. 100 feng shui masters stood behind Li Canghai and looked coldly at the feng shui masters outside. Most of the spectators in the fourth circle were dead. The yellow mist rolled in, and more feng shui masters lost their minds. They only knew how to kill. 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 The feng shui masters were always powerful. With a wave of their hands, the feng shui changed and dragon veins appeared. The earth in the third circle churned as the feng shui masters summoned dragon veins to fight each other. Kill. 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 The slaughter was fierce, but that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the rolling yellow mist. Anyone who came into contact with it would quickly lose themselves. Some of the feng shui masters who were close to the Yellow Springs Road jumped down. Ah! A feng shui master jumped down, but before he could reach the depths, he was caught by a ghost. Roar! Rip! Ka ka ka! The feng shui master was torn apart by a group of ghosts in the blink of an eye. However, the feng shui masters jumped down without hesitation. They understood the yellow mist very well. If they stayed, they would die. If they entered the Yellow Springs Road, they would have a chance to enter the netherworld. Kill. 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 Outside the circle, the feng shui masters were killing each other. Li Canghai and the others watched coldly. A large amount of blood was drawn into the sky-burying coffin. After another 5 days and 5 nights, the feng shui masters were almost all dead. Only 10% of them escaped to the Yellow Springs Road, and it was unknown how many of these 10% would make it to the netherworld alive. Buzz! The heaven-burying coffin suddenly trembled, and a large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Li Canghai and the others looked over. In the distance, Meng Hongying and Dao Lord Yu were also staring intently. The two of them did not expect that Li Kanglin was a fake. Li Canghai. Dao Lord Yu took a deep breath. Meng Hongying narrowed her eyes. Until the sky-burying coffin moved. The sky-burying coffin fell from the sky and smashed into the road to the Yellow Springs. When half of it hit the road to the Yellow Springs, it seemed to have hit something solid. Hong! A deafening explosion shook the 9 heavens. The earth around the southern feng shui sect quaked violently, and cracks spread out from the heaven-burying coffin. Under the powerful impact, the yin qi and yellow mist around the southern feng shui sect exploded. A powerful gust of wind blew from the sky-burying coffin in all directions. Wherever it passed, trees, mountains, rivers, and even palaces were razed to the ground. Chapter 745. Even where Meng Hongying and Dao Lord Yu were at was razed to the ground, exposing the two parties. They flew into the sky and looked at the road to the Yellow Springs that the sky-burying coffin had crashed into. Half of the sky-burying coffin was in the world of the living and the other half was in the road to the Yellow Springs. And at the place where the road to the underworld crashed, a hole suddenly appeared out of thin air. The hole was extremely strange. Endless yin qi came out from it. It was no different from the road to the Yellow Springs, but it exuded a great deterrence. It was as if there was an army on the other side of the hole. A fierce aura surged out of him. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky above the sky-burying coffin, as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. The hole in the sky-burying coffin was slowly expanding. It was originally 100 feet in diameter, but now it was 200 feet wide. And it was still expanding. Shattering the void. That's shattering the void. It broke open the gates of the immortal world. Meng Hongying exclaimed. The sky-burying coffin. It can even break open the gates of the immortal world. What Dharma treasure is that? What Dharma treasure is that? Immortal treasure? No, it's definitely more than that. Dao Lord Yu said excitedly. Whoosh! Dao Lord Yu rushed toward the sky-burying coffin. Li Canghai looked at the sky and his expression changed. Dao Lord Yu, what are you doing? Li Canghai exclaimed. Ha, what am I doing? Li Canghai, the sky-burying coffin used to be the Dharma treasure of the Guyu holy son of the Dazhao sacred ground. It belongs to the Dazhao sacred ground. Today, I'm just taking it back. Dao Lord Yu said excitedly. Stop him, stop him. Li Canghai shouted. Yes. The 100 Feng Shui masters shouted at the same time and then activated the yellow transparent wall outside the second circle. Boom! Dao Lord Yu struck it with his palm. The yellow transparent wall shook violently. The Feng Shui masters were shocked and took a step back. However, they still managed to stop Dao Lord Yu. Roar! The Feng Shui masters activated again. Humph, Li Canghai, you're only at the middle void realm. These geomancers, they're only at the middle void realm and the lower void realm. Some of them are even at the immortal realm. Do you think you can stop me? He use palm again. Boom. Pooh. 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 A large number of Feng Shui masters were shocked to the point of vomiting blood. Li Canghai's expression changed. Li Canghai bowed respectfully at the entrance and said, Your Majesty, there are enemies obstructing us. I implore Your Majesty to grant me the power of my previous life and buy time for Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Dao Lord Yu and Meng Hongying raised their eyebrows. There was someone else on the other side. Permitted. From the other side of the entrance, an extremely dignified voice suddenly sounded. The voice was filled with a condescending tone. Boom! A streak of blue light shot out of the opening, and a human-shaped ball of light shot towards Li Canghai. Li Canghai opened his arms and flicked his wrist. The humanoid blue light shot into Li Canghai's body. Rumble! Li Canghai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. A whirlwind seemed to have formed under his feet. Li Canghai's aura continued to rise. Blue light shot out from Li Canghai's body. Dao Lord Yu stopped and looked at Li Canghai in surprise. The power of his previous life. Your Majesty. Li Canghai. Breaking through the void. Dao Lord Yu's expression changed. Dao Lord Yu suddenly grabbed a crescent-shaped Dharma treasure. Dao Lord Yu grabbed the Dharma treasure and slashed at the yellow transparent wall with a ferocious expression. Chapter 746. Boom! The yellow transparent wall was shattered by the ferocious attack. Ah! Hundreds of Feng Shui masters were sent flying, coughing up blood. They were severely injured. 3 of the weaker Feng Shui masters even exploded on the spot under the force of the recoil. The power of an upper void realm cultivator was overwhelming. Dao Lord Yu did not hesitate and pounced on the sky-burying coffin. Raging sea waves. Li Canghai suddenly shouted. Boom! Li Canghai threw a palm strike at Dao Lord Yu. Dao Lord Yu paused and faced the palm strike. Boom! When the 2 palms collided, a huge storm was created and swept out in all directions. The feng shui masters who had just been seriously injured could not withstand the power of the storm and were all blown away. Upper Void Realm. Dao Lord Yu Yu's face darkened. Heavenly River Reversal. Li Canghai waved his hand again. A huge river seemed to appear out of nowhere and swept toward Dao Lord Yu Yu. Li Canghai chased after the river and closed in on Dao Lord Yu Yu. Boom! Under the huge spell, Li Canghai immediately pulled Dao Lord Yu Yu away from the battlefield. He flew into the sky. Above the two of them, there was a huge dark cloud with flashes of lightning. Meng Hongying looked at the sky. Li Canghai has reached the upper void realm. He can't pass the tribulation in time. However, this tribulation won't hurt them. The fight between the two tigers is going to benefit me. Meng Hongying flew toward the sky-burying coffin excitedly. The feng shui masters were all severely injured and Meng Hongying was the only one who could benefit. Meng Hongying. It's you. The feng shui masters on the ground looked at Meng Hongying in surprise. The feng shui masters led by Ming Lingtian got up with difficulty and were about to attack the sky. Stop them. Meng Hongying said to the four servants. Yes. The four of them attacked the feng shui masters at the same time. Meng Hongying flew to the sky-burying coffin. The sky-burying coffin was still trembling. As it trembled, it emitted an incomparably dense energy. Treasure, treasure, haha. Meng Hongying reached out to grab it excitedly. Just as Meng Hongying was about to grab the sky-burying coffin. Suddenly, dense yin qi gushed out from the hole created by the sky-burying coffin. The yin qi surged and instantly enveloped the surroundings. In addition to the yin qi, there was also a skeleton claw that was hundreds of feet long. The huge skeleton claw, with an extremely strong aura of death, suddenly grabbed the sky-burying coffin. Clang! The huge skeletal claw grabbed the sky-burying copper coffin. Suddenly, a strong golden aura emanated from the claw and wrapped around the sky-burying copper coffin. Boom! The golden aura broke free from Meng Hongying. Little girl, do you think you can touch my things? A majestic and angry voice came from the opening. At the same time, an airship was flying in from the east of the southern feng shui sect. Soon, soon. Yu Yi said excitedly. Standing at the bow of the ship, Yan Chuan and Feng Yinyang looked into the distance. Boom! The storm raged, razing everything to the ground. It's too late. We can't make it in time. Feng Yinyang said bitterly. Yan Chuan stared into the distance. The airship continued to fly quickly. Soon, Yan Chuan saw a huge battle taking place in the distant sky. A storm appeared in the sky. Two forces were fighting fiercely. Yan Chuan vaguely saw the two people in the sky. Dao Lord Yue. Li Canghai. Li Canghai has reached the upper void realm. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Chapter 747. Little girl, do you think you can touch my things? A majestic and angry voice came from the opening. Golden aura surged from the skeleton's palm into the sky-burying coffin. The sky-burying coffin was also wrapped in a thick layer of luck. Humph, so what if you're from the immortal world? Meng Hongying snorted. Meng Hongying knew how powerful the opponent was, but she could tell that the opponent was not able to get through. The temptation of the sky-burying coffin was too great. She waved her hand. Whoosh! Meng Hongying lashed out a red whip and coiled it around the coffin, pulling it up at the same time. At the same time, Meng Hongying used her other hand to hit the skeleton claw. A huge red palm print suddenly appeared in the void and slammed into the skeletal claw. Boom! The skeleton claw did not move at all. You're courting death. A cold voice came from the other side of the hole. With a cold shout, more providence appeared around the skeletal claw. It broke free from Meng Hongying's whip. Ong! A dragon roar came from the luck outside the sky-burying coffin. Following the dragon's roar, a huge dragon head suddenly emerged from the surrounding fortune. It was the golden dragon of luck. The dragon head soared into the sky. Luck surged out from the coffin. The golden dragon of luck was extremely majestic. As the dragon swung its whiskers, lightning flashed in the void. The dragon tail swung. Boom! Meng Hongying was sent flying by the tail. The 30,000-foot-long dragon head bared its teeth with a ferocious expression as it charged into the tribulation clouds in the sky. Hong! Under the impact of the golden dragon of luck, a large hole suddenly appeared in the vast tribulation cloud. The tribulation clouds could not be removed, but they could not stop the golden dragon of luck's attack. A huge hole was created for the luck to soar into the sky. Providence soared into the sky, increasing continuously. The hole grew bigger and bigger, and the luck surged out more and more. Along with the luck, the yin qi on the other side of the hole also surged out. Endless yin qi. Seeing this, Meng Hongying knew that she had met her match this time. Meng Hongying turned around and was about to flee. "Little girl, you're only thinking of running now." The voice on the other side of the mouth was cold. The skeletal claw holding the sky-burying coffin suddenly moved. The yin qi in the surroundings quickly gathered and turned into specters. Their eyes emitted a green glow as they pounced on Meng Hongying. Woo 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 woo. The spirits were like clouds of ghostly fog. Their eyes glowed with green light and they were extremely fast. More importantly, there were tens of thousands of them. Boom! In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Meng Hongying. Bastard! Meng Hongying swung her whip and a dozen spirits were destroyed. However, there were too many of them. And it was still increasing rapidly. The spirits were weak and could not even hurt Meng Hongying, but there were many of them. Woo 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 woo. Meng Hongying was wrapped in 3 layers like a dumpling. The spirit pulled at Meng Hongying, making it harder and harder for her to use her power. Sacred Light Stone. Meng Hongying anxiously activated the Sacred Light Stone. Ah! The spirit screamed and disappeared after being purified by the Sacred Light Stone. However, there were still too many of them. As the hole grew bigger, the number of spirits increased exponentially. The area that originally only covered Meng Hongying became 1,000 feet wide area. Then, it became 100,000 feet wide area. 100,000 feet. 1,000,000 feet. Chapter 748. The spirits were like a sea of locusts, blotting out the sky. Go away, go away. Meng Hongying was extremely anxious. She did not manage to escape earlier. How could she escape now? Meng Hongying felt like crying when she saw the hole getting bigger. She could not do anything about the spirits. What about the person who spoke just now? Meng Hongying waved her long whip madly and activated the Holy Light Stone. But there were too many spirits. Karmic luck surged in the sky, growing larger and larger. Gradually, a sea of fortune formed in the sky, surging with monstrous fortune. In the distance, a flying boat stopped in the outside world. Feng Yinyang stood on the flying boat and said hatefully, "Li Canghai used the South Faction's Feng Shui master as a blood sacrifice. How cruel, how cruel." Meng Hongying. Yan Chuan saw Meng Hongying, who was surrounded by thousands of spirits. ZZ's cousin. Meng Hongying was responsible for ZZ's serious injury. But it was also because of her that ZZ was saved. How was ZZ now? "Your Majesty, shall we go?" Feng Yinyang looked at Yan Chuan. Feng Yinyang could naturally sense the terrifying aura around the sky-burying coffin. Feng Yinyang knew that his group would be like moths to a flame if they tried to snatch the sky-burying coffin. In order to save Yan Chuan's face, she proposed to leave. Yan Chuan looked at the sea of providence in the sky. It was still expanding. moving the capital. The providence of the Celestial Empire. Yan Chuan was surprised. Your Majesty. Feng Yin-yang, I know what you're thinking. But we can't leave now. We're too close. Yan Chuan shook his head. Ah. You don't know what the Celestial Empire is. Once he succeeds in moving the capital, the Celestial Dynasty's divine statue will be able to capture us within 1,000,000 miles. 1,000,000 miles? There are tens of thousands of dragon veins in the southern sect. Aim these dragon veins and dragon heads at the heaven-burying coffin. Use the raging dragons to block the transfer of fate energy and delay his relocation of the capital. We will leave then. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Yin-yang replied. Feng Yin-yang quickly jumped off the flying boat. Yan Chuan also rushed inside. Xing. The god sword appeared and escorted Yan Chuan to the center. Woo 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 woo. Countless specters suddenly discovered Yan Chuan and quickly rushed toward Yan Chuan. Buzz. The god's sword trembled, and suddenly, a vast white light gushed out. Wherever the white light passed, the spirits were all terrified. Ha! The nearby spirits were quickly purified in fear. Meng Hongying's fist-sized holy light stone was enough to purify a large number of spirits, let alone Yan Chuan's holy light stone. The god's sword continued to purify the spirits. Yan Chuan quickly rushed toward the center of the spirit sea. However, there were too many spirits, and they seemed to have no intelligence. They kept rushing toward Yan Chuan. The spirits were getting closer and closer. Even though many of them had been purified, they were still coming. They were about to catch Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was also close. Whoosh! Yan Chuan suddenly shot out a long whip from his left wrist and instantly wrapped around Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying struggled in the spirit sea. Her legs and waist were entangled by the spirits. It was as if she had fallen into a swamp and could not move. No. Meng Hongying was so anxious that she was about to cry. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green vine wrapped around her waist. Chapter 749. Boom! Meng Hongying was pulled over instantly. Bang! Before Meng Hongying could react, she was pulled into Yan Chuan's arms. Chest to chest. It's you. Meng Hongying was surprised. Yan Chuan did not want to waste time talking to her. He saved Meng Hongying and turned around to leave. There were too many spirits behind them. Miss. 4 people were Jiaohu on the way back. Your men? Yan Chuan asked while hugging Meng Hongying. Yes. Swoosh. Another vine whip was lashed out and wrapped around the 4 men in the blink of an eye. They returned quickly. The god's sword shone and purified the spirits around them. The further they went, the fewer spirits there were. Gradually, everyone was safe. What kind of sword is that? Meng Hongying looked at the god's sword above Yan Chuan's head in surprise. Yan Chuan did not say much. Instead, he looked into the distance and saw that the ground was bulging in more than 10 places. Roar! 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 For a moment, the ground was filled with dragon roars. Under Feng Yin-yang's control, the dragon veins crashed toward the center of the coffin. The dragon veins charged toward the sky-burying coffin in a destructive manner as if they were angry. Boom! 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 The series of impacts caused the providence that was rushing out to suddenly stop and then flow back. Bastard! Monstrous anger came from the sky-burying coffin. However, it could not stop the flow of providence because more and more dragon veins were charging toward it. Boom! 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 The sea of providence rolled back, leaving only a hole. The emperor on the other side was furious. Your Majesty! I have fulfilled my mission. Feng Yinyang flew onto the flying ship. Yan Chuan had also just returned. "Let's go," Yan Chuan said. "Yes," Hua Guang replied. Rumble. The flying boat quickly flew towards the north. Meng Hongying's four subordinates landed on the flying boat while Yan Chuan was still hugging Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying was also dumbfounded by the series of events in front of her. Why is Yan Chuan here? What kind of sword was that? Did Yan Chuan destroy the plan of the expert on the other side of the opening? The Emperor? While Meng Hongying's thoughts were in a mess, Yan Chuan suddenly said, "Miss Meng, please let go. It's safe now. Could you please let go?" Meng Hongying suddenly realized that she had been hugging Yan Chuan so tightly that her breasts were deformed. Everyone was staring at them. Yan Chuan had already moved his hand away. It was as if she was hugging Yan Chuan and refusing to let go. "You!" Meng Hongying's face reddened in embarrassment. She quickly let go and retreated a distance. The flying boat quickly flew towards the north. However, Yan Chuan stood at the stern again and looked at the rolling spirit sea in the distance. And the providence in the sky. With the impact of the dragon veins, the providence rolled back. Not long after, it all flowed back against the current. "Bastard!" An angry roar came from the other side of the opening. Outside, the dragon veins were still in the midst of impact. Another voice came from the other side of the opening. "Imperial astronomer, prepare to move the capital for the second time. Command from the Ministry of Rights. All armies and officials, enter in an orderly manner. Do not mess up. I will go first. Long live. Long live. Long live. Long live." On the other side, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were cheering for this moment. Chapter 750. King of Gaia. On the flying vessel, everyone stared fixedly at the battlefield in the distance. The great earth dragon vein struck the heaven-burying copper coffin time and time again, causing the karma to flow in reverse. However, the hole created by the heaven-burying copper coffin was expanding continuously. Countless spirits appeared rapidly. They did not have intelligence and merely flew around instinctively. Thankfully, it was already night time. Otherwise, those spirits would definitely be severely injured under the sunlight. A bright moon rose into the sky. High in the sky, Li Canghai fought against Tao Lord Yu Yu. Li Canghai waved his hand and a galaxy seemed to have appeared in the sky, crashing towards Tao Lord Yu Yu. Under the torrential impact, the surrounding air let out loud explosions. Boom! Boom! Even from far away, one could feel the surging power of this star river. Tao Lord Yu Yu's eyes turned cold as he pointed to the sky. Boom! Above the bright moon, an intense beam of moonlight shot down and enveloped Tao Lord Yu Yu. For a moment, silver light shone around Tao Lord Yu Yu, as though he had turned into the moon. The moon charged towards the galaxy. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosions grew louder and the powerful tremors caused countless spirits below to tremble violently. Some of them were even dispersed on the spot. Above the galaxy, countless stars were sent flying by the moon. The moon collided with Li Canghai. Tao Lord Yu Yu wielded a crescent-shaped Dharma treasure and aimed it at Li Canghai with the outer arc of the moon, suppressing him from the sky. Tao Lord Yu Yu's face was ferocious but Li Canghai's expression changed. In a hurry, Li Canghai waved his brush towards the sky. "Lousy brush, how dare you block my moon crescent wheel?" Tao Lord Yu Yu sneered. Boom! The brush and wheel collided. Tao Lord Yu Yu suppressed Li Canghai with a tremendous aura, causing him to fall rapidly. Swoosh! He fell from the sky and landed on the ground below. Boom! Li Canghai landed on the ground with a loud stomp that shook the surroundings. From beneath his feet, the ground seemed to form a gigantic shockwave that spread in all directions, pushing a layer of the ground for more than 50 kilometers. The brush and wheel were in a stalemate as Li Canghai struggled bitterly. Tao Lord Yu, however, smiled. That's all. Lord Yu's way. Crack. Li Canghai's brush snapped in two, and the crescent wheel fell straight down. Tao Lord Yu's eyes were ferocious as though she wanted to kill Li Canghai on the spot. Just as Tao Lord Moon was completely engrossed in the battle and was filled with bloodthirsty excitement, in the outside world, a blue scepter suddenly flew in and struck the moon crescent wheel. Dang! Li Canghai took advantage of the opening to flee. The collision of the scepter caused Tao Lord Yu to wake up abruptly. She turned to look at the place where the scepter collided. At the intersection of the yellow springs, where the sky-burying coffin was. Slowly, a huge figure emerged from the huge hole. A sinister wind blew, and the aura of death soared to the sky. As the huge figure emerged from the hole, the tribulation clouds in the sky were still there, but there was too much yin qi, so much that it completely drowned the tribulation clouds. A gigantic body emerged from the opening. Just its gigantic head alone was over 1,000 feet in size. The head was wearing a black hood. A gigantic head could be vaguely seen within the black hood. It was a human-shaped head, but there was no flesh, it was a gigantic skull. On top of the skull, where the eyes were, a faint blue light was emitted. Chapter 751. The giant skeleton was still rising slowly, higher and higher. It was wearing a black robe with a hood and was more than 10,000 feet tall. It slowly emerged from the opening. The sinister wind wreaked havoc, causing the huge black robe to billow in the wind. It was like a banner fluttering in the wind. The 1,000-foot-tall skeleton exuded a boundless aura of death that surged in all directions. With each step he took, the ground within 1 kilometer of him froze, and frost fell to the ground. Standing in the wind, this single skeleton looked like an army of thousands upon thousands of men and horses, pressuring them. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Canghai bowed respectfully to the 10,000 feet tall skeleton. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, is this giant skeleton? The 10,000 feet tall skeleton held the sky-burying coffin in one hand and the blue scepter that was growing in size in the other, staring at Tao Lord Yu. In this world, there is no heavenly tribulation chasing you. This means that you are also in the upper void realm. Hand over the sky-burying coffin. Tao Lord Yu said coldly. Sky-burying coffin? Do you think you can touch my things? The giant skeleton said coldly. Stubborn. Tao Lord Yu snorted coldly. He reached out and the moon wheel in his hand suddenly enlarged. In the blink of an eye, it became 10,000 feet tall and flew into the sky. Whoosh! The power of the moon essence poured into the moon wheel. The moon wheel suddenly emitted billions of rays of light and fell from the sky, slashing down at the giant skeleton. Humph! The giant skeleton snorted and waved the scepter in his hand. With a wave of the scepter, the yin qi in the surroundings gathered and collided with the moon wheel with an aura of death. Boom! The surrounding ground, which was 100 miles wide, exploded. Soil and stones soared into the sky and the aftershock brought with it a strong explosive force. The main body of the collision, the moon wheel, was broken. The powerful moon wheel was completely destroyed by the giant skeleton scepter. The scepter's power did not decrease and smashed towards Tao Lord Yu. When the moon wheel was broken, Tao Lord Yu's mind was affected. Instantly, his blood qi surged and his expression changed drastically. However, it was too late. The scepter smashed down and locked onto him. In a hurry, Tao Lord Yu raised his hands to the sky and formed a lunar seal. Boom! Yu Wei's scepter smashed onto Tao Lord Yu's lunar seal. The powerful force instantly suppressed Tao Lord Yu to the point that she could not move. I'm Tao Lord Yu from the Great Revelation Holy Land. Tao Lord Yu reported her name in shock. The giant skeleton held the scepter and looked coldly at Tao Lord Yu. Minister Li is just a civil official. Do you think you're invincible just because you defeated him in martial arts? The giant skeleton used its scepter to suppress Tao Lord Yu and said coldly. Tao Lord Young Moon could not move for a moment with her scepter, and her expression was extremely terrible. Your Majesty, this is Tao Lord Yu, one of the 3 Tao Lords of the Dazhao Holy Land. The Dazhao Holy Land is the #1 sect in this world. Li Canghai reported. The world's #1 sect. It seems that a Tao Lord like him is nothing more than this. The giant skeleton said coldly. Your Majesty, this person cannot represent the Dazhao Holy Land. The Dazhao Holy Land is led by the sacred master, Jing Ming. Jing Ming is the #1 person in the world today. He has the Sun and Moon attendants and the 2 Tao Lords, Sun and Moon. Although they are called the 3 Tao Lords together with Jing Ming, the 2 of them are merely Jing Ming's servants. Jing Ming's strength is unfathomable, and he is the #1 person in the world today. Li Canghai reported truthfully. Oh. The giant skeleton pondered for a moment. Chapter 752. I suggest that your Majesty should focus on establishing his foundation, since he has just entered this world and should not incur the wrath of the Great Revelation Holy Ground immediately. This person should be released. Li Canghai said solemnly. Tao Lord Yu looked at Li Canghai in shock. He was the one who wanted to kill him earlier on. In the blink of an eye, Li Canghai was pleading for him. Approved. The gigantic skeleton said coldly. Boom. The gigantic skeleton retracted his scepter slowly. Instantly, the pressure on Tao Lord Yu was relieved as he looked at this pair of ruler and subject in shock. Great Revelation Holy Ground, Yu. I have yet to ask for your guidance. Tao Lord Yu took a deep breath and said solemnly. He could forget about the heaven-burying coffin. Now that he was released, Tao Lord Yu did not escape immediately. Instead, he asked politely in the name of the Great Revelation Holy Ground. Li Canghai said, this is the Emperor of the Great Nightmare Holy Ground, King Yu Gai. Great Nightmare Holy Ground. King Yu Gai. Tao Lord Yu looked at King Yu Gai with a complicated expression. He turned to look at the entrance that King Yu Gai came out from. Behind him, a large number of figures followed closely. The frontmost group of skeletal soldiers were riding on huge skeletal horses. The skeleton knights were clad in battle armor and walked out slowly. Following that, a group of venomous snakes followed the army out slowly. Pust, pust, pust. The venomous snakes slithered in all directions with extremely cold gazes. Following that, groups of zombies stepped onto the ground, causing a drought. The leading zombie looked at Tao Lord Yu coldly with a pale face and stood behind King Yu Gai respectfully. King Yu Gai was way too big. He was so big that even an army that entered was like an ant before him. Swoosh! A purple-robed man appeared beside Li Canghai. The man was extremely skinny and had a pale face. He looked feminine, but his eyes shone with an incomparably sinister divine glint. He glared at Tao Lord Yu, causing Tao Lord Yu to shudder. Cough, cough, cough. The purple-robed man coughed and grabbed a handkerchief. He covered his mouth while looking at Tao Lord Yu coldly. Supreme Snake Emperor. Li Canghai bowed to the purple-robed man. You're getting more and more cowardly. A holy land of the sealed world needs you to persuade His Majesty. The purple-robed man looked at Li Canghai with dissatisfaction. Li Canghai smiled bitterly and said, I have lived in this world for many years, Snake Emperor. I will not tarnish His Majesty's reputation for no reason. His Majesty still has important matters to attend to. He shouldn't make enemies of the world right now. Humph. The Snake Emperor snorted coldly. Li Canghai smiled bitterly and didn't say anything else. National beast. Snake. Snakes can turn into dragons, so why didn't you guys evolve in the direction of dragons? Continue to cultivate in the serpentine form? Tao Lord Yu asked in surprise. Snake Sovereign looked at Tao Lord Yu and sneered, Dragon. Why should I transform into a dragon? Tao Lord Yu's expression froze. She took a deep breath and turned to look at King Yugai once more. Underworld King, I've offended you today. I won't disturb you any further. Tao Lord Yu flew into the sky. Yu. King Gai Yu suddenly opened his mouth. Tao Lord Single Moon turned to look at King Guai. Jingying is the #1 person in this realm? King Guai asked calmly. Tao Lord Yu looked at King Yugai in confusion. Go back and tell Jingying that I'll be heading to your great revelation Holy Land soon to see what the #1 person in the world is like. King Yugai said calmly. King Yugai was ambitious. Therefore, he had to have a rough understanding of this world. The #1 person in the world was the best touchstone. I'll definitely pass on King Yugai's words. Tao Lord Yu said coldly. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the broken moon wheel. Stepping into the distance, he shot out instantly. In the blink of an eye, Tao Lord Yu was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 753. The flying boat was far away from the battlefield where King Gai came out. Yan Chuan and his group naturally could not see the battle between King Gai and Tao Lord Yu. However, that did not stop Yan Chuan from guessing. Ghost Emperor? The Celestial Empire of the Netherworld? He was in the world of the living in his previous life. Just like him, he was the emperor of a country. The Ghost Emperor must have his own methods to deal with Tao Lord Yu. Moreover, there were many experts in a country. Tao Lord Yu would not be able to gain any advantage. Your Majesty, according to the feng shui information left behind by my master, the entrance to the immortal world during this water ritual will expand to 10,000 feet. After 10 days, the entrance will shrink until it returns to normal. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Oh. 20 days. He came prepared. 20 days is enough for his country to enter. Yan Chuan frowned. This world will repair itself. Therefore, the connection to the immortal world will only last for 20 days. Moreover, this is the only time. This time, almost half of the strongest experts in the southern divine continent and all the feng shui masters were used to succeed in the blood sacrifice. There will not be a second time unless the previous conditions are fulfilled. However, it is too difficult. Feng Yinyang said firmly. What about the road to the Yellow Springs? Yan Chuan asked. The road to the Yellow Springs has been opened and will not be closed again. The Ghost Emperor can enter the netherworld of our world as he wishes. However, Your Majesty, although the netherworld of our world is not as strong as the world of the living, there are still many experts. The Ghost Emperor will not succeed overnight. This time, the Ghost Emperor killed the sect leaders of the various sects and made an enemy of the entire southern divine continent. There will be endless chaos in the future. Feng Yinyang said firmly. Huoguang, go to the next city and spread the news of the Ghost Emperor's birth and the blood sacrifice of the experts of the various sects. Yan Chuan looked at Huoguang and said. Yes. Your Majesty, are you trying to stir up chaos in the southern divine continent? Feng Yinyang smiled. That's right. Why should we let the Ghost Emperor be too idle? Yan Chuan smiled. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang nodded. Yellow Springs Road. Seeing Tao Lord Yu leave, King Gai looked around, as though he was searching for Yan Chuan, Meng Hongying and the others. Little girl, you sure run fast. King of Gai said calmly. Since he could not find Meng Hongying, King of Gai did not continue his search. After all, Meng Hongying was nothing in his eyes. Ministerly, have you prepared the 9 stars auxiliary government arrangement that I asked you to prepare? King Yu of Gai asked in a deep voice. Reporting to Your Majesty, the feng shui masters of this world are indeed formidable. This subject has found one of the two strongest feng shui masters in the world and has already set up a 9-star city, waiting for our valiant generals and civil officials to inherit. What a pity! Li Canghai said with a complicated expression. Pity what? Reporting to your majesty, in order to not attract too much attention, the defense is lacking. Among them, the ravenous wolf star was accidentally obtained by an outsider. 9 stars are missing, and now there are only 8 stars left. Please punish me, your majesty. Li Canghai sighed. Greedy wolf star. But it is not easy to control. I have searched among the officials for a long time, but I could not find the most suitable one. Who inherited it? King Yu of Gai asked curiously. It is a wolf child. He grew up in a pack of wolves. He is unusually ferocious, but his heart is clear. Li Canghai said. Wolf child. I see. Minister Li, you have done nothing wrong. This is a great merit. From today onwards, I will confer you the title of Duke Stabilizing, and you will enjoy middle-level providence, King Yu of Gai said solemnly. Thank you, your majesty. Li Canghai said excitedly. Chapter 754. Since the ravenous wolf star is gone, the other 8 stars must not be lost. I have already selected the generals and ministers. Bring them along and take over the 8 stars as soon as possible. King Gaio said solemnly. Yes. Li Canghai bowed. On the flying boat. Yan Chuan could no longer see King Gaio's battlefield. He turned to look at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying was still dressed in a sexy manner. She was holding a long whip and looked extremely seductive. Meng Hongying, Li Canghai has already chased away the strongest sections. I didn't expect you to stay. Are you representing the Archaean sects? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at Yan Chuan and said coldly, Yan Chuan, although you saved me, I won't be grateful to you. I don't want you to be grateful. I just want to ask you a question. Yan Chuan shook his head. Is ZZ okay? Yan Chuan took a deep breath and asked. Meng Hongying looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. After a moment of silence, she said, You still remember her. You have not let her down. Don't worry, ZZ is fine now. She is living well in the Archaean sect. It's just that she often stares blankly at a comb. Comb. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Yan Chuan suddenly remembered. Comb. Could it be the comb that he had used to comb ZZ's hair twice in Carefree City? Because he had combed ZZ's hair, he had incurred the wrath of heaven. Fortunately, Miao and Tian Dingnyo had saved him. Comb. ZZ had been carrying it around. Yan Chuan, I'm warning you. Meng Hongying's face darkened. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Hongying. If you dare to hurt ZZ, I, Meng Hongying, will not forgive you. Meng Hongying said ferociously. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Hongying and smiled. ZZ is my wife. This is between us. You don't have to worry about it. You. Meng Hongying glared at him. The divine sect's sacred ground is in the central divine continent, right? Since we're passing by, I'll go with you to see ZZ. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Humph. Meng Hongying finally calmed down. The world was too big, and flying was an extremely long process. In fact, it would take 1 or 2 years to fly out of the southern divine continent. Along the way to the north, everyone found a place to cultivate in seclusion. 2 years later. In the small room where Meng Hongying was. Meng Hongying slowly woke up from her cultivation. He gently closed the formation and prepared to leave the warehouse for some fresh air. Hong. A loud noise suddenly came from the outside world. Meng Hongying's expression changed as she quickly rushed to the deck. He held on to the railing and looked at the place where the loud noise came from. In the distance, a volcano erupted. The huge volcano shot up into the sky, and flames soared into the sky. The clouds in the sky were dyed red, and a rain of fire fell in all directions. Below, countless creatures were instantly affected. The beasts ran and the birds fled. Chaos ensued. Meng Hongying frowned. She quickly walked around the deck and looked around. No, I've been here before. This is the solitary volcano zone, a place filled with volcanoes. It's not the way to the divine sect's sacred ground. Meng Hongying raised her eyebrows. At that moment, Huoguang happened to be patrolling. Huoguang, this is not the way to the divine sect's sacred ground. What is Yan Chuan trying to do? Meng Hongying said in a low voice. Huoguang was still polite to Meng Hongying. Chapter 755. Huoguang smiled. Don't worry, Taoist Meng. The general route is still to the Archaean sect's sacred ground. Since the Dugu volcano region is not far away, we won't stay here for long. His Majesty has a nephew who lives here. His Majesty will continue after visiting him. Yan Chuan. Nephew? Meng Hongying asked with a strange expression. Meng Hongying was relieved after a short delay. However, the fact that Yan Chuan's nephew lived here made Meng Hongying dumbfounded. Yan Chuan has a nephew? Yes. He used to be the crown prince of the Yan state, Yan Wudi. He followed the Dugu Sword Emperor and cultivated under the Dugu clan. The Dugu clan is close to this place. His Majesty wanted to visit him when he passed by. Huoguang smiled. Meng Hongying nodded. She then looked curiously at the main palace where Yan Chuan lived. Meng Hongying was surprised. Around the main hall Yan Chuan was in, there was a thin layer of frost forming around him. Wisps of frigid air could be felt coming from the main hall where Yan Chuan was. Huoguang also showed a hint of curiosity. In the main hall, Yan Chuan was sitting cross-legged as he adjusted his cultivation level. Suddenly, his heaven's meridian shook. The blue thundercloud formed by the heaven-devouring Tao scripture in his meridian started shaking. As the blue thundercloud shook, it formed a huge whirlpool and absorbed the heat from all directions. Heat. The blue sky thundercloud sucked in all the heat in the hall. Suddenly, a layer of frost fell in the hall. Then, the frost on the floor of the main palace even spread outside the main palace. Heaven-devouring Tao scripture. I'm finally going to break through. Yan Chuan was overjoyed. He opened his eyes. At this moment, Yan Chuan felt like he was covered in frost and was about to freeze. It's so cold. Heaven-devouring Tao scripture. I'm just about to advance to the second stage, and I can't stand the cold anymore. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Yan Chuan said in shock. Boom. Yan Chuan pushed open the door of the main hall. He quickly rushed out. When he rushed out, he saw Meng Hongying and Huoguang. The two of them also looked at Yan Chuan in astonishment. Yan Chuan's entire body was covered in frost and snow. His entire body seemed to have been frozen into an ice cube. Yan Chuan. What martial arts are you practicing? Ice block cultivation technique. Turn yourself into an ice cube. Meng Hongying laughed. Yan Chuan had no time to bicker with Meng Hongying. At this moment, Yan Chuan felt his body getting colder and colder. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Suddenly, Yan Chuan saw a volcano erupting in the distance. His eyes lit up. Huoguang, set up camp nearby. Wait for my return. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Huoguang replied. Whoosh. Yan Chuan quickly flew towards the erupting volcano. During the flight, Yan Chuan became colder and colder. The surrounding air became even colder, and frost and snow fell rapidly. Wherever Yan Chuan passed, there would be snow and hail. As for Yan Chuan himself, it was just as Meng Hongying said. A human-shaped ice layer formed around him, and the ice layer became thicker and thicker. It was as if Yan Chuan was sealed in an iceberg. "It's so cold. Are you trying to kill me?" Yan Chuan said as his teeth chattered. Plop! Yan Chuan jumped into the volcano. The lava from the volcano suddenly froze the moment it rushed out of the crater. Crack, 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 crack. At the crater of the volcano, the lava solidified like a blooming flower. The huge erupting volcano froze in an instant. Countless fleeing creatures looked up at the sky in confusion. On the flying boat, Meng Hongying was also petrified. "It's really an ice block cultivation technique," Meng Hongying said after holding back for a long time. Chapter 756. Plop! Wrapped in layers of ice, Yan Chuan jumped into the lava. The ice melted and Yan Chuan was freed from the shackles of the solid ice. However, what left Yan Chuan speechless was that just as the ice melted, the surrounding magma solidified. Furthermore, it was frozen in an instant. Blue sky thundercloud. Yan Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His figure leaped, heading deeper into the magma layer. The blue sky thundercloud crazily absorbed the heat. Wherever it passed, the magma turned into rock. 100 feet, 100 feet, 200 feet. Yan Chuan had a terrifying thought in his heart. If he kept going down until he reached the bottom of the volcano and everything solidified into rocks, how was he going to get out? He was surrounded by rocks. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. As he ventured deeper, the mountain grew taller and taller. If they couldn't get out in the end, it would be over. But who asked Qing Tian Lei Yun to be so abnormal? If you don't want to be frozen to death, keep going. The erupting volcano had now become an extinct volcano. Yan Chuan didn't know how deep they were underground. Just as he was feeling conflicted, he suddenly realized that things weren't as bad as he thought. The bottom of the volcano was like a gigantic communication device. Lava was everywhere, and the bottom of the volcano was excessively spacious, as if it was connected to more than one volcano. Fortunately, we've come to the Dugu volcano region this time. This is the place with the most volcanoes in the world. Yan Chuan sighed. Other divinity realm cultivators would definitely hold up an air wall or use magic treasures to barely hold on at the bottom of the volcano. However, Yan Chuan directly stuck his body against the magma. Who asked Yan Chuan to be cold? In the depths of the volcano, Yan Chuan looked at the magma around him in a daze. At that moment, Yan Chuan's clothes were burned away. He did not bring the Jade Emperor's sword and God's sword down. Yan Chuan was sitting naked in the depths of the underground volcano. Inhale. Inhale. The rolling heat was absorbed by Yan Chuan. After an unknown period of time, Yan Chuan's body suddenly rumbled. Yan Chuan's body trembled, but he was still absorbing the heat. Yan Chuan looked at the endless lava around him and smiled bitterly. My cultivation has already broken through to the third level of the deity realm. Why haven't I finished absorbing the clear sky thundercloud? Yan Chuan said with a bitter smile. At this moment, red light appeared in the thunderclouds in the Shinting's aperture. The quantitative change had finally reached a qualitative change. The cyan thunderclouds gradually turned from cyan to red, becoming redder and redder. In the end, it completely turned fiery red. But before Yan Chuan could feel it, the red color suddenly receded, and then it turned green again. However, at this moment, the green clouds were gradually becoming viscous. Then, it turned into a liquid state. The second level of the heaven-devouring Tao scripture. Yan Chuan felt strange as he sensed the liquid thunder clouds. Thunder, come. Boom. A bolt of heavenly thunder appeared out of nowhere. What's the difference? Yan Chuan looked curiously at the heavenly thunder that did not become stronger. No, it changed, it changed. Yan Chuan's pupils shrank. This was deep underground. How could the heavenly thunder appear? In the past, the heavenly thunder would descend from the sky, but now, it seemed to have crossed the space barrier and appeared out of nowhere. It did not need to descend from the sky. It would appear as long as one wanted it. I became the tribulation cloud. It can descend at any time. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. In the past, it was equivalent to using the clear sky thunder cloud to ask the heavens for permission to descend the heavenly thunder. Now, it could descend the heavenly thunder by itself. Chapter 757. Although the power didn't increase, the meaning was different. In the past, it was God's shepherd. Now, he was tribulation. Heaven-devouring Tao scripture. This is only the second level. What is the origin of this technique? Yan Chuan was at a loss. The stronger the technique, the better. However, Yan Chuan felt that this technique was no longer a matter of strength. It was strange. There was such a technique in the world. After absorbing the heat for a while, Yan Chuan felt that he could stop absorbing, so he was ready to go back. He found the crater of the volcano that he had entered before. The rocks that had been frozen were once again melted by the countless flames underground. Following the lava, Yan Chuan flew towards the sky. As he flew over the lava layer. Just as he was about to fly out of the lava crater, Yan Chuan paused. Go out. He couldn't go out. Looking at his body, his clothes had been burned clean. In the outside world, Hua Guang, Feng Yin Yang, and a group of soldiers must be guarding. If he rushed out naked, what dignity of an emperor would he have in the future? It wasn't that Yan Chuan was too particular, but in his current position, he had to consider carefully. Go into the depths of the lava and find another crater. But how could it be easy to find another crater in the depths of the earth? In the vast sea of fire, who knew where the exit was? Just as Yan Chuan was hesitating, the stone wall beside him suddenly emitted waves of water vapor. TSK TSK TSK. The water vapor rose, condensed in the air, and evaporated when it fell. Yan Chuan went forward and touched it doubtfully. Underground river water. Yan Chuan's face lit up with joy. Bang! With a palm, Yan Chuan shattered the rock, and a large amount of underground river water gushed out. Bang! The river water evaporated, turning into endless water vapor that soared into the sky. As for Yan Chuan, he quickly entered the cave and followed the underground river to find another exit. Because it was close to the volcano, the water in the underground river was very hot. However, it was nothing to Yan Chuan. Sensing the flow of the water, Yan Chuan soon sensed an exit. Following the flow of water, Yan Chuan quickly rushed over. After circling around for a while, it soared into the sky. Near the mouth of the volcano, Hua Guang, Feng Yin Yang, and the others waited patiently. Meng Hongying looked at the volcano and asked the 4 servants behind her, "How long has Yan Chuan been in the volcano?" Reporting to Miss, "It's been a month." "A month? Why haven't they come out yet?" "Yes. Don't get burned to death. Go and take a look. Inform me when there's news about Yan Chuan." Meng Hongying said calmly. "Yes." After sending away the 4 servants, Meng Hongying flew to a nearby valley. He took out some magic treasures and quickly set up a formation around the valley. The fog covered the valley in the blink of an eye, isolating it from the outside world. I haven't enjoyed a hot spring in a long time. I didn't expect there to be one here. Since that bastard Yan Chuan hasn't come back, I'll reward myself." Meng Hongying laughed and took off her clothes. Splash! Meng Hongying jumped into the huge hot spring and enjoyed it. The formation isolated it from the outside world. No one could enter. Meng Hongying enjoyed the hot spring alone. She was drowsy in the hot spring. After soaking for more than an hour, Meng Hongying stretched her body in enjoyment. Ice block skill. Yan Chuan is really strange. The last time I saw him, he was only in the essence state. Now, he's already in the immortal state. Establishing the Great Qin dynasty. Destroying the Great Winged Heaven School. How strange. And those two swords. It's amazing. Someone like him is good enough for ZZ. Meng Hongying thought. Chapter 758. ZZ already has a husband. What about me? Sigh, I hope I won't follow in my mother's footsteps. Oh my God, where is my husband? Meng Hongying mocked herself. Rumble. Just as Meng Hongying finished her sentence, the center of the hot spring started to rumble. Bang! The water in the center of the hot spring exploded. Meng Hongying's expression changed and she quickly flew away. Phew, I'm finally out. Yan Chuan's voice could be heard from the exploding hot spring water. Yan Chuan. Meng Hongying was dumbfounded. She had set up a formation outside to prevent anyone from entering. This. Whoosh! The exploding water suddenly fell back down. Yan Chuan immediately saw his surroundings. Yan Chuan immediately saw Meng Hongying. She was naked. Her snow-white skin and pink seduction. The two of them stared at each other. Yan Chuan was the first to react. He immediately came to his senses. Why is Meng Hongying here? Why is she not wearing any clothes? Yan Chuan did not have time to think. He reached out and a piece of clothing on the shore covered himself. It was Meng Hongying's clothing. Meng Hongying suddenly saw the thing in front of her move and use her clothing to cover his body. Ah! Meng Hongying immediately screamed. Miss Meng, I didn't do anything to you. You don't have to scream so miserably. Yan Chuan said with a wry smile. Meng Hongying was instantly enraged. Look again, I'll gouge out your eyeballs. Meng Hongying shouted anxiously. Yan Chuan smiled embarrassedly. Meng Hongying brought her space magical equipment and found a set of clothing for Yan Chuan. The two of them quickly put it on. After putting it on, Meng Hongying looked at Yan Chuan again. Her face turned red, then black, and then white. The two of them remained silent for a while. The situation was extremely awkward. In the end, it was Yan Chuan who spoke first. Actually, you didn't lose out. He didn't suffer any losses. Both of them were naked, and both of them had seen each other's naked body. Indeed, there was no difference between the two of them. However, could this matter be settled just like that? Bastard, Yan Chuan, I'm going to kill you, ah. Meng Hongying was going crazy. You can't beat me. Yan Chuan also inexplicably added a sentence. Ah! Meng Hongying cried out in grief and indignation. Yan Chuan felt a little guilty when he saw Meng Hongying's grief and indignation, but it only lasted for a moment. Bastard Yan Chuan, I'll dig out your eyeballs one day. Humph, go find ZZ yourself. Meng Hongying said angrily. Boom! Meng Hongying soared into the sky, grabbed the array formation artifact and flew away. Servants, let's go. Meng Hongying shouted at her four subordinates. Oh, yes, miss. The four servants were baffled. Yan Chuan was speechless as he watched Meng Hongying leave. Coincidentally, the underground water was connected to this hot spring. It was not a coincidence, but an inevitable result. There was only one hot spring at the mouth of the volcano. The underground water must have gushed out from here. How could Yan Chuan expect Meng Hongying to take a bath at this time? While everyone was confused, Yan Chuan flew back to the flying boat and changed into a new set of clothes. On the other hand, the four servants were flying behind Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying kept muttering to herself, "Bastard, bastard." "Miss, who made you angry?" one of them asked curiously. "None of your business." Meng Hongying turned around and shouted. That person was speechless. The four servants lowered their heads silently and kept quiet. Chapter 759. Meng Hongying left. Yan Chuan summoned Hua Guang and Feng Yinyang and boarded the airship again. Although they were close to the Dugu family, there was still some distance. Yan Chuan stood on the deck of the airship as it flew. He looked around and saw many tall mountains. However, these mountains had some special features. Many of them had many words carved on them. The words looked like they were carved by a sword cultivator. The best sword cultivator in the world. What a boast! Hua Guang said as he looked at the sword carvings on the mountain. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, "Aristocratic families." Hua Guang, don't underestimate aristocratic families. Although aristocratic families can't be compared to countries and sects, any aristocratic family that can take root in the cultivation world is not simple. There is a rumor in the world that aristocratic families are made of iron and holy lands with flowing water. Do you know what it means to be an aristocratic family made of iron and a celestial empire made of water? Yes. Hua Guang's expression changed as he nodded. Stop. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows. The airship suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in confusion, but Yan Chuan was looking at a mountain in the distance. There was a cave on the mountain. Unfortunately, the cave was blocked. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Yan Chuan stared at the cave. Boom! The cave was also very cooperative and was instantly pushed open from the inside. While everyone was surprised, a figure slowly walked out of the cave. It was a short-haired woman in a tight robe. It's her. Feng Yinyang said in surprise. Empress? Yan Chuan called out in a deep voice. It was Empress. She was freed from the ice by Yan Chuan. Later, she helped Mo Yushi obtain the inheritance of the Dark Phoenix at the ruins of the Undying Sanctum. She also shone with Yan Chuan at the Heaven's Gift Conference. Yan Chuan won the investiture of the gods, and Empress won the Tian Su. Whoosh! In the distance, the Emperor stepped onto the flying boat. With the bronze saber on his back, he walked over and looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Yan Chuan. Why are you here? The Emperor asked curiously. That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. Yan Chuan said curiously. The Emperor's expression changed. I understand now. You're here to look for someone from the Yan family? Yan Chuan's eyes lit up as he said, just now, I also realized that I was being sensed by you, so I stopped. It seems that your bloodline is very sensitive to my Yan clan's bloodline. Are you going to the Dugu family? The Emperor curiously asked. Yes, the Dugu family. My nephew, Yan Wudi, is inside. Yan Chuan nodded. Alright, I'll go with you. The Emperor nodded. Yan Chuan invited the Emperor into the main hall. Why are you here? Yan Chuan asked curiously. I came here after the last Heavenly Bestowment Conference. The Emperor took a deep breath. Oh. It's been more than 20 years. Yan Chuan was surprised. Yes. The Emperor nodded. I came to find Dugu Butian to ask about my father's death, but Dugu Butian didn't come out of seclusion, so I kept challenging the disciples of the Dugu clan to sharpen my saber skills. Said the Emperor. Dugu Butian? He's from the same era as your father. Yan Chuan frowned. The Dugu family is also from the outside world, which is the immortal realm you speak of. However, they entered this realm earlier than us. Dugu Butian is the head of the Dugu family. The Emperor explained. Dugu Butian? Is he very strong? Yan Chuan asked. I'm not sure, but according to the rumors, he should be very, very strong. In the immortal realm, there is actually the Dugu family. They are a family that cultivates the sword. The descendants of this family seem to be born with the sword. The way of the sword is very powerful in the immortal realm. They are very famous. The emperor recalled. Chapter 760. Yan Chuan did not interrupt and waited for the emperor to continue his recollection. Dugu Butian. This is the name of the head of the Dugu family. However, at some point in time, a branch family appeared in the Dugu family, the head of the branch family. Dugu Butian. The branch family led by Dugu Butian became stronger and stronger. In fact, it completely suppressed Dugu Butian's branch. As a result, it was difficult for outsiders to distinguish who was the main family and who was the branch family. Dugu Butian also recognized Dugu Butian's position. Dugu Butian's branch was weak and Dugu Butian's branch was strong. At some point in time, Dugu Butian disappeared from the immortal world. It wasn't until my father and I entered this world together that we found out that Dugu Butian had been hiding here. The emperor took a deep breath and said. My undying holy land had a good relationship with the Dugu family back then. My father has fallen. I want to ask Dugu Butian if he knows what happened back then. The emperor sighed. Dugu Butian? Dugu Butian? Yan Chuan chewed on the two conflicting names. Dugu family, apart from the head of the family, is generally divided into 9 branches. Whether it is Dugu Butian or Dugu Butian, their family is like this. One head leads 9 branches, they are called the 9 swords branch. The emperor explained. Oh. You just said that Dugu Butian rose from the branch family of the Dugu family. Branch family? Is it one of the original 9 swords branch? Yan Chuan asked curiously. No, I don't know the specific situation back then. I only know that when the branch family was first separated, it was also established in the form of the 9 swords branch. The first generation Dugu Butian sent it to guard a place. As time passed, the geniuses of the branch family gushed out, causing the main family and branch family's positions to reverse. The emperor said. An. Yan Chuan nodded. The first generation Dugu Butian? What about the current Dugu Butian? Yan Chuan asked curiously. This Dugu Butian? I've only heard that this generation's Dugu Butian is also a peerless genius. When he was at the upper void realm, he once killed an immortal with his sword. When he reached the immortal realm, he became even more ferocious. Many people said that this Dugu Butian could change the situation of the Dugu family and bring the main family back to glory and suppress the branch family. However, when Dugu Butian's name was at its peak, he disappeared. The emperor frowned. He came to this world. Yan Chuan frowned. Yes. The emperor nodded. So you're saying that Dugu Butian is an immortal? Yan Chuan's expression changed. He's an immortal, but he must have sealed his cultivation. Just like my father back then, this realm doesn't allow immortals to descend unless they seal themselves. Or reincarnate. Otherwise, the heavens will send down endless calamities. The emperor explained. An. Yan Chuan nodded. You've seen my nephew? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Yes, I've seen him. He has an innate sword bone and has already unsealed it. He's now following the Dugu Sword Emperor, a disciple of the 3 swords range. The emperor nodded. Has it been unsealed? Yan Chuan nodded in satisfaction. However, his senses aren't as good as yours. You can sense my senses, but your nephew can't. The emperor said in a low voice. He's still young. Of course he can't. Yan Chuan smiled. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan strangely. It seems that Yan Chuan and Yan Wudi are about the same age, right? The two chatted for a while. Your Majesty, we're here. Huoguang's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Yan Chuan and the Emperor stepped out of the main hall. They stood on the deck and looked at the so-called Dugu family. From afar, a huge sword was inserted into the ground. Half of the sword's body was exposed. On the sword's body, 8 large words appeared. Dugu family. Forbidden land. Dugu family. Forbidden land. Yan Chuan was surprised. The Emperor said, "These words aren't exaggerated. This is indeed a forbidden land. Do you know that Dugu Butian was the most powerful person in the world 20,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago?" Yan Chuan was surprised 20,000 years ago, when Dugu Butian first entered this world. At that time, after the Dugu family was established, 2 holy lands were fighting. This place happened to be in the middle. The 2 holy lands agreed to fight here. Just as the Dugu family was about to be destroyed, Dugu Butian made his first move. He killed all the Dao lords of the 2 holy lands with his sword alone. The world was shocked. Since then, no one dared to offend him. Dugu Butian was also very low-key. He was so low-key that he had such a large territory 20,000 years ago. Even after 20,000 years, he still had such a large territory. He didn't have any ambition to expand. It was as if he wanted to live in seclusion here. Dugu Butian rarely made a move and spent most of his time in seclusion. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him. The Dugu family also seemed to be very low-key. The Emperor explained. It's not just low-key. It's been 20,000 years. What is Dugu Butian doing in seclusion? Yan Chuan looked at the sword-shaped tablet in front of him strangely. Whoosh! Suddenly, a man with a purple sword on his back charged into the sky and appeared in front of the flying boat. Who are you? The man with the sword on his back asked. Dugu Feng, don't you recognize me? The Emperor said indifferently. You again, Emperor. Which palace are you challenging this time? Dugu Feng's face sank. I'm not here to challenge you this time. I'm here to accompany a friend of mine to look for someone. The Emperor said indifferently. Look for someone? Dugu Feng was surprised. Yan Chuan stepped forward and said, My nephew, Yan Wudi, is in the Dugu family, right? I want to meet him in a duel. Please inform him. Yan Wudi. Your nephew. Dugu Feng looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. In the end, Dugu Feng shook his head and said, My Dugu family has its own rules. Once you enter the house, you are isolated from the outside world. I won't inform him for you. Wait outside. When Yan Wudi comes out, you can meet him. Is this how your Dugu family treats its guests? Huoguang shouted angrily. This is my Dugu family's rule. Dugu Feng said coldly. Huoguang was about to shout again when Yan Chuan stopped Huoguang. He turned to look at the Emperor. The Emperor nodded and said, The Dugu family indeed has this rule. No matter who comes, it is useless. However, there are exceptions. Dugu Feng and the others are the family guards. As long as you defeat these guards, you will be qualified to have them deliver a message for you. As long as you get permission, you can enter. What a strange rule. Yan Chuan said with a smile. I suggest you let the others stay outside. I will go in with you. The Emperor said. Yan Chuan's expression changed. He suddenly thought of something and nodded. Huoguang, station nearby. Wait for orders. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Huoguang also wanted to enter, but he still obeyed the order. Chapter 761. The Dugu family's entrance. 5 Dugu family disciples with swords on their backs stood in front of the entrance. Dugu Feng stood in front of them. On the other side, only the Emperor, Yan Chuan, Huoguang, and the others were there. Yan Chuan had arranged for them to set up camp at the place where the volcano had erupted earlier. Do I still need it? The emperor asked. You've broken through many times, so you don't need it anymore. This one is called Yan Chuan. As long as you can defeat me, I'll pass the message on your behalf. Also, the Yan Wudi you mentioned has changed his name to Invincible Dugu. Dugu Feng said solemnly. Invincible Dugu? Yan Chuan frowned. Yes, the Dugu Sword Emperor taught him the Dugu family's secret technique, which was not tolerated by the other bloodlines. In the end, the Dugu Sword Emperor took Yan Wudi as his foster son. Only then did the family acknowledge him. Dugu Feng said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded. Everything was still unclear. He had to wait until he saw Yan Wudi to ask him personally. Dugu Feng, 6th stage Divine Realm. Dugu Feng said solemnly. Yan Chuan, 3rd stage Divine Realm. Yan Chuan said solemnly. I'm going to start. Dugu Feng said solemnly. Please. Yan Chuan nodded. Dugu Feng raised his right foot and stomped on the ground with the purple longsword in his hand. The ground shook, and thousands of sword chi rushed out from the ground, heading straight for Yan Chuan. Boom! Yan Chuan's face darkened, and he swung the emperor's sword. He quickly slashed apart the sword chi. Dugu Feng took advantage of this gap and stabbed his sword. A sword energy rushed toward Yan Chuan. Just as the sword energy was about to hit Yan Chuan, ding! Yan Chuan turned his longsword, and the tip of the sword collided with the tip of the sword. Buzz! The sword chi in the surroundings dispersed with a loud bang. Good swordsmanship. Dugu Feng sighed. The sword in his hand did not stop. As he raised it and swung it, thousands of sword chi suddenly appeared in the surroundings, slashing towards Yan Chuan once more. The Dugu family. A mere guard actually has such exquisite swordsmanship. Yan Chuan exclaimed in admiration. As he took a step forward, the god's sword stabbed out once more. Instantly, thousands of white god's sword chi appeared in the surroundings. Boom! The two swords clashed once again. The sword chi cleverly clashed with the sword chi. The control of the two swords had reached a fine level. Cling! 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 Their swords moved faster and faster, and their figures blurred in the blink of an eye. The 5 guards of the Dugu family looked at the sky in surprise. They didn't expect Yan Chuan to have such a profound swordsmanship. 21st Blade. Xing! With a sword cry, the battle came to an abrupt end. In the sky, Yan Chuan's clothes were cut by Dugu Feng. However, Yan Chuan's longsword stopped at Dugu Feng's throat. It was obvious who was superior. Thank you for letting me win. Yan Chuan withdrew his sword. My skills are inferior. Brother Yan's swordsmanship. Dugu Feng praised. Yan Chuan smiled and landed on the side of the emperor. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Looking at the hole in Yan Chuan's clothes, he asked doubtfully, were you testing the Dugu family's swordsmanship? Yan Chuan smiled bitterly and said, you saw through it. Yan Chuan did not use his full strength. He was just testing his sword. Swords have no eyes. If you don't use your full strength, you will only put yourself in danger. The emperor said indifferently. Thank you for your advice. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan had his own plans. He didn't want to get entangled in this matter. However, the test just now had allowed Yan Chuan to feel the profoundness of the Dugu family's swordsmanship. Please wait for a moment. I will go to the Three Swords Palace to inform them. If they permit, I will lead the two of you inside. Dugu Feng said. Chapter 762. N. Yan Chuan nodded. Just as Dugu Feng was about to turn around and pass the message, a voice suddenly sounded. Pass the message? Pass the message to who? Everyone looked over and saw a man in green walking out with a green sword on his back. Greetings, martial uncle. The 6 guards shouted at the same time. The emperor explained to Yan Chuan, this person is 9 Sword Hall's elder, Dugu Tianya. Yan Chuan nodded. Oh. I was wondering who it was. So it's the emperor. Why are you challenging another hall? My Dugu family isn't your sparring partner. Sabers and swords have no eyes. Last time, you were lucky to run into my 9 Sword Hall's palace master. That's why I let you off. You won't have that luck this time. A loser is qualified to comment on my battle. Last time, I didn't lose, but it was a draw. Your hall master should recuperate for at least a year. The emperor said coldly. Humph. My hall master has broken through again. If you come again, it will be your death date. Dugu Tianya said coldly. The emperor ignored him. Martial uncle, this time, it's this Yan Chuan who informed the 3 Sword Hall to find Dugu Wudi. Dugu Feng immediately explained. Yan Chuan. Yan Wudi. Who are you to Yan Wudi? Dugu Tianya suddenly looked at Yan Chuan. What do you think? Yan Chuan didn't have a good impression of Dugu Tianya. Humph, both surnamed Yan, then Yan Wudi is a member of your Yan family? Let me tell you, Yan Wudi is not my Dugu family's younger brother. Don't even think about touching my Dugu family's sword technique. I advise you to take Yan Wudi and get out of my Dugu family. Otherwise, no one will care when you die. Dugu Tianya said coldly. Yan Chuan copied the emperor and turned around, ignoring Dugu Tianya. He didn't even bother to reply. You. Dugu Tianya was furious. On the other side, Dugu Feng also entered the Dugu family. Not long after. 2 people followed Dugu Feng out. Yan Wudi and the Dugu Sword Emperor. Both of them carried swords on their backs, especially Yan Wudi. From afar, he looked like an unsheathed sword. The Dugu Sword Emperor stepped forward and said with a smile, "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Yan, I didn't know you were coming. Please excuse me for not coming out to greet you. Imperial uncle." Yan Wudi called out with a joyful expression as he followed behind. Dugu Sword Emperor, don't just bring anyone home. Dugu Tianya said solemnly. The Dugu Sword Emperor coldly glanced at Dugu Tianya. The matters of my 3 Swords Hall are none of your business. The Dugu Sword Emperor said coldly. Please, let's talk inside. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a smile. When the Dugu Sword Emperor was obsessed with killing the poisoner, it was Yan Chuan who helped the Dugu Sword Emperor tie the knot in his heart. Therefore, the Dugu Sword Emperor was still very polite to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan nodded and the 4 of them stepped into the Dugu family. At the entrance, Dugu Tianya narrowed his eyes and looked at the backs of the 4 with resentment. The Dugu family was shrouded in thick fog. Therefore, it was impossible to see clearly from the outside. After walking for a short while, they arrived at a large hall. 3 Swords Hall. Yan Chuan said in surprise. I'm the hall master of the 3 Swords Hall. I'm in charge of the 3 Swords range. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a smile. Oh. I heard that the Dugu family has 9 ranges. I didn't expect you to be in charge of one. Sorry for the disrespect. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Yan is too polite. Actually, I'm not afraid of losing face. The 3 Swords range only has the 2 of us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been criticized by the other ranges when I taught them the sword techniques of the invincible family. They were worried that I would teach the 3 Swords range to outsiders in the future. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a bitter smile. Chapter 763. Oh. Yan Chuan was surprised. Just the two of them? Sigh, it's because of the decline of my lineage that I had no choice but to return home. Otherwise, Woody's mistress wouldn't have. The Dugu Sword Emperor said bitterly. Yen Woody saw that the Dugu Sword Emperor was immersed in sorrow again and immediately changed the topic. Uncle, why are you here? I happened to pass by and came to see you. You can call me Uncle Chuan from now on. Yen Chuan said with a smile. You don't want to call me uncle anymore? Yen Woody's expression changed. Uncle Chuan, have you taken over the Yen state? Yen Woody asked seriously. That's right. I've established a dynasty in the east, the Great Jin dynasty. Yen Chuan nodded. Then, Yen Chuan told him everything that had happened in the past few years. After hearing everything, Yen Woody smiled bitterly. I thought I had made a big breakthrough in the past few years, but compared to Uncle Chuan, I'm still far behind. Great Qin Dynasty destroyed the Great Winged Heaven School. The Dugu Sword Emperor's eyes flashed with admiration. Oh right, Brother Yen, there's something I need you to do for Woody. The Dugu Sword Emperor suddenly said with a serious expression. Oh. I promised you that I would teach Woody everything I know. Woody didn't disappoint me. His talent in swordsmanship is 100 times better than mine. However, this is the Dugu family after all. If others knew about it, they would stop us many times. Therefore, we announced to the public that Woody is my adopted son to stop them from talking. However, Woody has always been concerned about it and has to report it to his parents. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a smile. Yen Chuan looked at Yen Woody. Yen Woody was a little embarrassed. Ha ha ha, I thought it was nothing. Woody. The Dugu Sword Emperor has treated you with sincerity, and is worthy of being your adoptive father. Let me make the decision. Today, we will settle your status. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Uncle Chuan, Yen Woody was still a little upset. What? I don't have the qualifications to make decisions for you. Yen Chuan said with a solemn expression. No, it's just. Yen Woody was a little embarrassed. The Dugu Sword Emperor took you in as his godson, and he won't taint you. He's just your godfather, not your father. Remember your bloodline, remember your Yen clan bloodline. Yen Chuan smiled. No, your nephew wouldn't dare. For master to acknowledge me as his son is an unparalleled blessing. Yen Woody immediately corrected himself. Ha 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 ha, good. The Dugu Sword Emperor laughed. Under Yen Chuan's guidance, Yen Woody bowed 9 times to the Dugu Sword Emperor and offered him tea. They were officially father and son. Yen Chuan could see that after officially accepting him as his son, the Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yen Woody with even more affection. That day, Yen Chuan and the Emperor were arranged to stay. Yen Chuan and Yen Woody also had a private conversation. Uncle Chuan, do you think I should call myself Yen Woody or Dugu Woody in the future? Yen Woody was a little distressed. Is that important? You just need to remember who you are. That's enough. A name is just a name. More importantly, you are now cultivating in an aristocratic family, not a sect. Aristocratic families are stricter than sects, and they value inheritance more. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Oh. Dugu family. You are born with a sword bone. This is definitely rare in the Dugu family. Excessive talent will definitely arouse the jealousy of others. Your master can protect you once or twice, but can he protect you forever? Now that you have acknowledged him as your godfather, it will be of great help to your future cultivation. Dugu family, cultivate well, and when you have achieved great success in the way of the sword, come back and help your Uncle Chuan. Yen Chuan smiled. Yes, your nephew will study hard and not let Uncle Chuan down. Yen Woody's expression also brightened. Chapter 764. Yes, your nephew will study diligently and not disappoint Uncle Chuan's expectations. Yan Wudi's expression also brightened. How are the books I asked you to read? Yan Chuan asked. Uncle Chuan, rest assured. Your nephew has not been blindly practicing the sword all these years. I have been studying the military books that Uncle Chuan gave me day and night. Later on, in some of the mortal countries nearby, I manipulated the war between the countries. It was really wonderful. Books are the essence of wisdom. In these years, when I have free time, I have also looked for books of wisdom in the mortal world. In addition to military books, there are also books of law, Confucianism, law, and business. I am involved in all of them. Yan Wudi said proudly. Well done. Yan Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Moreover, sometimes when I practice the sword, I can comprehend a lot of things from these books. There are no shackles on my cultivation. Instead, it allows me to continuously break through. Yan Wudi said solemnly. You're right. Books aren't just about the art of war. Most importantly, they're about wisdom. Putting you aside, even I have been reading a lot of books recently. Even though there are many books that are useless to me, they can still increase my knowledge and knowledge. When it's time to use them, I'll be able to comprehend them by analogy. Yes. Yan Wudi nodded. Tell me about the Dugu family. What do you think of the 3 sword veins? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Uncle Chuan, you want to study the Dugu family? Why is that, could it be? Yan Wudi suddenly showed a surprised expression. Yan Chuan stretched out a finger and waved it gently. He smiled slightly and stopped Yan Wudi from continuing. But at this moment, Yan Wudi already understood. Suddenly, his eyes widened and his heart started to beat rapidly. His face was full of disbelief. Wudi, remember this. Man proposes, God disposes. Whether you can succeed or not is not important. What is important is whether you have tried. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yan Wudi's face twitched wildly as his expression changed. Then, his expression became firm as he looked at Yan Chuan. A trace of firmness flashed in his eyes, but it was more of reverence for Yan Chuan. You and I share the same blood. In this world, you and I are family at all times. I want to rise, Great Jin wants to rise, and so does the Yan clan. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, I understand. Yan Wudi took a deep breath. Yan Wudi was born as the crown prince, so he naturally had boundless arrogance. From a young age until now, he had never bowed to anyone. Toward Yan Chuyu and the Dugu Sword Emperor, it was more due to the kindness of a father or a teacher. Only toward Yan Chuan did he bow to anyone. In fact, all these years, he had been working hard with Yan Chuan as his role model. Uncle Chuan, my 3-sword branch is the weakest in the Dugu family. There are only me and my foster father. The strongest is the 9-sword branch. There are 3 middle void stage experts in his branch. I have a feeling that the 9-sword branch wants to harm the rest of us all the time. Yan Wudi said with a frown. Feeling? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Yes, I don't know why. It's just an inexplicable feeling. Could it be that I'm overthinking? After all, they didn't show any abnormalities. Yan Wudi said with a frown. Yan Chuan stared at Yan Wudi for a while. In the end, he shook his head and said, No, remember, don't doubt this primitive feeling at any time. I didn't expect that you have other talents besides the innate sword bone. Your spiritual sense is naturally stronger than others. This is a good thing. It allows you to sense a lot of external dangers. Use it well in the future. Also, don't tell anyone about this except for me. This is your life-saving method. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 765. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Uncle Chuan. Yen Wuti was overjoyed. You said that the Nine Swords branch wants to hurt the rest of you. Yen Chuan looked at Yen Wuti. Yes, I feel that they are not only targeting the Three Swords branch, but the other sword branches as well. I don't know why. Yen Wuti frowned. The truth will surface eventually. Just be careful in the future. Yen Chuan nodded. Yes. Yen Wuti nodded. I heard that the Dugu family has a heritage of 20,000 years. Do you have any upper void realm experts? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Yen Wuti thought for a moment and said, yes, the family head, Dugu Butian, should be at the upper void realm. Also, there are disciples at the upper void realm in the past generations. Most of them ascended to the immortal realm, but those talented sword practitioners all entered the sword tomb when they were at the upper void realm and lived with the family head. After that, there was no news about them. Oh. 50 years ago, the family head summoned all 3 upper void realm experts to the sword tomb. After that, there was no news about them. Yen Wuti said strangely. Sword tomb. That's the forbidden area of the Dugu family and also the residence of the family head. No one is allowed to enter unless summoned by the family head. Anyone who enters will die. Even the branch master of the Nine Swords branch will die if he enters. Yen Wuti frowned. Yes. Yen Chuan nodded and pondered for a moment. Secluded cultivation. It was strange enough that Dugu Butian had been in secluded cultivation for 20,000 years. Why did he summon all the experts of the Dugu family? What on earth were they doing? By the way, Uncle Chuan, I seem to have some kind of illness. Sometimes, I feel that my blood is burning and my heartbeat is increasing rapidly. Several times, I thought that I was possessed by the devil. I only calmed down after a long time of secluded cultivation. But I couldn't find out. Yen Wuti said with a complicated expression. Haha, of course you couldn't find out. It's not an illness. It's the divine sense of the Yen clan. Yen Chuan laughed. Divine sense. Super divine ability. Blood demon fantasy world. Yen Chuan laughed. After staying in the Three Swords Hall for a period of time, Yen Chuan personally taught Yen Wuti many things and talked about many things. The relationship between uncle and nephew was also very harmonious. However, during this period of time, the Dugu Sword Emperor had disappeared. A month later, the Dugu Sword Emperor finally returned to the Three Swords Palace, covered in blood. Father, what's wrong with you? Who hurt you? Yen Wuti suddenly exclaimed. Yen Chuan and the Emperor also looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor in surprise. When the Dugu Sword Emperor saw Yen Wuti's concern for him, he felt a sense of relief. It's fine, I did it myself. The Dugu Sword Emperor consoled. Ah. Yen Wuti looked confused. The Dugu Sword Emperor was covered in sword wounds and his clothes were stained red with blood. Did he do it himself? Seeing Yen Wuti's confusion, the Dugu Sword Emperor also felt a sense of bitterness. Wuti, ever since my master was brought into the sword catacomb by the patriarch 50 years ago, our bloodline has declined to the extreme. All these years, you've been treated coldly. The Dugu Sword Emperor swallowed a pill and smiled bitterly. Father, you should treat your injuries first. Yen Wuti said worriedly. It's fine, it's just some superficial wounds. Actually, a year ago, something big happened in the family. I didn't tell you about it. Originally, I didn't have any delusions, but ever since I officially recognized you as my son, I couldn't help but fight for you. Unfortunately, my cultivation is too low. If I went, I would only be humiliating myself. The Dugu Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. Chapter 766. Ah. Father, what's the matter? Yen Wuti was puzzled. My Dugu family is going to choose a new family head. The Dugu Sword Emperor took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Choose a new family head. What about Dugu Butian? The emperor frowned in surprise. I don't know. The old patriarch might be going to the immortal world, or he might have other plans. No one knows what the old patriarch is thinking. A year ago, only the leaders of the 9 bloodlines knew. They were fighting for the new patriarch position. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is too low, so I didn't participate. This time, for my son, I went once, and that's the truth. I only took 100 steps before I was seriously injured. Dugu Jianwang said bitterly. Dugu Butian? Is he going to give up his position? Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He took a deep breath and turned to look at Yan Wudi, and then at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Father, although it's just a superficial wound, it's better to heal it first. Rest for a while, and then we'll make a long-term plan. Yan Wudi immediately advised. N. The Dugu Sword Emperor nodded. The Dugu Sword Emperor went to his residence to clean his wounds. Only the Emperor, Yan Chuan, and Yan Wudi were left in the Three Swords Palace. The Emperor frowned slightly and said, I've been challenging all the palace heads for the past month. Why did they all avoid me? Oh. Yan Chuan looked at the Emperor. Yan Wudi explained, Uncle Chuan, according to the Dugu family's rules, the family head can't be disturbed when he's in seclusion. Unless the family's survival is at stake, or someone comes to defeat the palace head of the 9 Swords Palace, you can inform the family head. I must see Dugu Butian. The Emperor said solemnly. Choose a new family head. Yan Chuan frowned and pondered. Uncle Chuan. Yan Wudi also looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan naturally understood Yan Wudi's meaning. He nodded and said, I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. If possible, I will help the Dugu Sword Emperor become the new patriarch. N. Yan Wudi nodded. A hint of joy appeared on his face. After years of worship, Yan Wudi had absolute faith in Yan Chuan's words. 2 days later. Yan Chuan, the Emperor, the Dugu Sword Emperor, and Yan Wudi were standing on a mountain to the north of the Dugu family. On the mountain, he looked at the foggy area in the north. In this vast region, divine swords were stabbed into the ground. There were also divine swords flying in the sky. They floated high up in the sky, emitting a murderous aura. The sky was so dark that it seemed to be pressing down on everyone's hearts. Just looking at the sea of divine swords in front of them made it hard for them to breathe. It was as if there were tens of thousands of divine swords pressing down on them. This is the sword catacomb. Dugu Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. Father, you said that the Patriarch said a year ago that anyone who passes through the sword catacomb and reaches the Patriarch's residence in the center will be the new Patriarch? Yan Wudi asked in surprise. Yes. It's a pity that the sword catacomb is too strong. No one can pass through the 9 Sword Palace. I only walked 100 steps before I was forced back by the countless divine swords in the sword catacomb. Dugu Sword Emperor said bitterly. Good swords. These swords must have been forged by sword masters. Why would they be buried here? Yan Chuan looked at the countless divine swords in the sword catacomb in surprise. Buried? All the swords in my Dugu family, including my sword and Wudi's sword, came from here. These swords were forged by the Patriarch using the earth fire in the sword catacomb. The Patriarch's sword Dao was invincible, so the swords were forged in batches. After they were forged, they were casually thrown into the sword catacomb. But I didn't expect that the Patriarch's casual discard would create such a powerful sword array. Us juniors are far inferior to the Patriarch. Dugu Sword Emperor said with a bitter smile. Chapter 767. Looking at the vast sword tomb, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and asked, Is this sword tomb really that hard to enter? With my strength, I can only walk 100 steps. The Dugu Sword Emperor smiled bitterly. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, Dugu Butian is at the center of the sword tomb? Yes, he is at the center of the 9 Swords mountain range. Whoever gets there first will inherit the position of the patriarch. The Dugu Sword Emperor said in a deep voice. Uncle Chuan. Yen Wudi looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly looked at the sword tomb. Looking at the sword tomb, Yen Chuan vaguely saw a formation. However, the formation was unpredictable and changed in the blink of an eye. Let me try. The emperor pulled out his long blade and said. Wait. Yen Chuan stopped the emperor. Everyone looked at Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan gestured at a spot not far away. Everyone looked over and saw a group of 300 people appear. Not far away, 300 figures walked out from a valley. Each of them carried a sword on their back and looked at the sword tomb. One of them was Dugu Tianya, the one who spoke rudely to the emperor before Yen Chuan entered the Dugu clan. 300 people with swords on their backs looked at the sword tomb with serious eyes. 9 Swords Palace. Are these all the emptiness realm experts of the 9 Swords Palace? The Dugu Sword Emperor said with a gloomy face. Yen Chuan and his group looked over. The 300 people seemed to have sensed something and turned their heads to look at them. When they saw Yen Chuan and his group, Dugu Tianya suddenly smiled. Dugu Tianya suddenly revealed a trace of ridicule as he said, Dugu Jianwang. Ha ha ha, your 3 Swords Palace wants to enter the sword tomb with only 2 people. Tianya, shut up. The leader of the group immediately shouted coldly. It was a long-haired man with a red mole between his eyebrows. His face was extremely stiff and expressionless, as if nothing could change his mood. As soon as the red mole man spoke, Dugu Tianya's face immediately turned solemn. Yes. Dugu Tianya immediately said respectfully. The man with the red mole glanced at Yen Chuan and his group before turning to look at the sword tomb again. That's Dugu Tianji, the hall master of the 9 Sword Hall. Yen Wudi explained. 8th level of the middle void stage. Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. As expected, he broke through again. The emperor frowned. The 9 Swords Palace has recalled all emptiness realm experts and is preparing to attack the tomb today. The Dugu Sword Emperor said with an unsightly expression. In the distance, Dugu Tianji suddenly turned his head and looked at the nearly 300 people. I know that you all have your own personal grudges, but I don't wish for them to explode at this moment. Remember, I don't care what grudges you have, but you all have to do your best to break through the tomb. If I find anyone slacking off, I, Dugu Tianji, will kill them. Said Dugu Tianji coldly. Yes. Nearly 300 people answered at the same time. Let's go. Dugu Tianji shouted. Yes. Who? 300 people stepped into the sword mound together. The moment the 300 people stepped into the sword mound, the divine swords near them started to vibrate. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword energies appeared in the surroundings. As soon as the sword energies appeared, they rushed toward the 300 people with surging and ferocious power. Boom! Not only the sword energies, but the 300 illusory figures of the 9 Swords Palace slowly condensed within the sword energies. The illusory figures each held a sword and surrounded the 300 experts. Dang! Boom! Boom! Illusory figures that looked exactly the same as them were fighting with them. They were fighting with themselves. This wasn't an illusion, but an actual entity. The sword mound had condensed their own appearance to fight with them. Roar! Kill! Chapter 768. Yen Wudi was dazzled by the Dugu family's sword Dao, and all sorts of exquisite sword techniques were displayed. Wait, these illusions seem to know their sword arts. That's Dugu Tianya's self-created 3 absolutes of the world. I recognize it, but how come the illusions know it too? Yen Wudi's expression darkened. Dugu Jianwang bitterly smiled. This is the terror of the sword tomb. The illusions it creates know all of your sword arts. Unless your sword Dao surpasses Patriarch Dugu Butian's, the illusions will know all of your sword arts. Moreover, they are even more unaffected by emotions than you are. Each of their attacks is even more accurate than yours. This is a domain. Dugu Butian's sword domain. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. You know about it too. Emperor, let me ask you. Yan Zizai is called the sword demon by you. How does his sword Dao compare to Dugu Butian's? Yan Chuan asked with a frown. The emperor thought for a moment and shook his head. They haven't competed. Yan Zizai said he wanted to duel with Dugu Butian, but Dugu Butian refused. Dugu Butian said he doesn't use swords anymore. Dugu Butian said he doesn't use swords anymore. Yan Chuan was puzzled. Yes, I still remember that day. Dugu Butian said he doesn't touch swords anymore. He wants to forget about swords. He wants to completely forget about swords. Therefore, he didn't agree to the duel with Yan Zizai. The emperor shook his head. The family head wants to forget about swords. How is that possible? The Dugu sword emperor exclaimed. The emperor shook his head. That's the truth. Yan Zizai. Yan Wudi's eyes flashed. After all, Yan Wudi had learned about this ancestor from Yan Chuan. It was this ancestor's bloodline that gave him super abilities. Then Yan Zizai is the sword demon. What level has his sword Dao reached? Yan Wudi asked curiously. The emperor thought for a moment and said, Yan Zizai can also use this sword domain. Once the domain is formed, as long as the sword Dao doesn't surpass his, he can instantly copy all sword arts. Yan Zizai can also use it. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. In the distance, the 300 people from the 9-sword hall were fighting with their selves. They were Dugu Butians. In fact, some of them were covered in bloody scars. The illusion knew all of his swordsmanship, and it was even more accurate than him. What was there to fight? Sword-swallowing art. Dugu Tianji shouted coldly. Buzz. The 300 people suddenly stopped, and the sword chi that was spurting out from their bodies immediately converged. The 300 peoples as the swords of the 300 people instantly blossomed with dazzling light. Boom! With great difficulty, the 300 phantoms were all killed. The 300 people were overjoyed. However, the blood vessels on their wrists burst. Clearly, the previous attack had injured them. Nevertheless, the phantoms disappeared. They took another 100 steps forward. However, after taking 100 steps, the phantoms appeared again. It was still the same 300 people. However, the phantoms were not only 300, but 3,000 or more. The phantoms appeared one after another. 10 selves stood in front of them. Every self pulled out a divine sword from the sword mound and looked at them coldly. When they were fighting one self, they were already in a difficult situation. Now, there were 10 selves. Chapter 769. Standing outside, even the Dugu sword emperor revealed a trace of fear. This. I originally thought that I would be able to enter as long as I destroyed one of the illusions. At that time, I didn't pass this stage. However, even after passing this stage, it still isn't over. There are still 10 more illusions waiting for me. This. Why did the patriarch set up such a tyrannical sword formation to obstruct us? The Dugu sword emperor said bitterly. No, this isn't the end. I have seen Father set up the domain of the saber. Other than the illusions, there is also the domain of heaven's wrath, which is even more terrifying. This is just the beginning, the emperor said as he shook his head. Rumble. The boundless sword energy enveloped the 300 people. However, the 300 people were surrounded by 3,000 illusions. For a moment, the sword mound was filled with blood. Even though there were Middle Void Realm experts among the 300 people, every step was difficult. Facing 10 perfect versions of himself, this was more than just a trial. Looking at the scene before him, the Dugu Sword Emperor revealed a trace of bitterness and said, "It seems that it is impossible to obtain the position of the Patriarch." Not necessarily. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. 8 hours later. South of the Dugu residence, Huoguang and Fengyinyang's encampment. Your Majesty. Huoguang looked at Yan Chuan respectfully. Yan Wudi and the Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. The Emperor stood at the side. Huoguang, this is none of your business. Continue to encampment. Yan Chuan said to Huoguang. Yes. Daoist Yan, why did you bring us here? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked in confusion. I see. The Emperor sighed slightly. Yan Wudi looked at the huge volcano in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Father, you said earlier that the swords in the sword tomb were all forged by the Patriarch using earth fire? That's right. There's a volcano in the depths of the sword catacomb. The family head lives in the sword catacomb all year round, and he uses the fire from the volcano to forge. The Dugu Sword Emperor stopped abruptly. He turned to look at the volcano in front of him. Yan Chuan, could it be that this volcano? The Dugu Sword Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief. Yan Chuan nodded. That's right. I've been to the bottom of this volcano before. Deep underground, there's a huge space called the Solitary Volcano Domain. There are countless volcanoes here. I'm sure that the bottom of many volcanoes are connected. Let's go. Perhaps this volcano just happens to be connected to the depths of the sword catacomb. The Dugu Sword Emperor's expression was extremely interesting. Isn't this too fake? The Dugu Sword Emperor only had this thought in his mind. Regardless of the Dugu Sword Emperor's mood, the four of them still flew towards the volcano. Boom! The four of them each raised a wall of air to protect themselves as they descended into the depths of the volcano. Yan Chuan had been to this volcano before, so he was quite familiar with it. It didn't take long for them to reach the bottom of the volcano. At a glance, there was a sea of fire. It was impossible to see north, south, east, and west. Follow me. When we came, I remembered the route and the distance. I hope I didn't remember it wrongly. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, okay. The Dugu Sword Emperor said blankly. Following Yan Chuan, the group quickly descended into the depths of the volcano. Yan Wudi's cultivation was quite weak, so he couldn't hold on for much longer. The Emperor waved his hand and blocked the fire for Yan Wudi. The group followed the original path and returned. Just as Yan Chuan had guessed, this area was completely connected to the Sea of Fire. 10 hours later. Where are we? The Dugu Sword Emperor asked curiously. We should be in the depths of your Dugu family. Below us is the entrance to the sword catacomb. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Careful. The Emperor slashed with his saber. Boom. Within the Sea of Fire, there was a violent collision. A sword-shaped flame was shattered by the Emperor's saber. Patriarch's sword domain. It even covers the bottom of the volcano. The Dugu Sword Emperor said in surprise. Chapter 770. The Dugu Sword Emperor's remorse. The Emperor slashed at one of the swords. You don't have to look for the sword mound anymore. Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan took the lead and flew towards the direction where the swords came from. Shing! Shing! 2 more swords were shot at them. Before he even reached Yan Chuan, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. The magma around Yan Chuan instantly solidified. Even the swords were sealed in it. This is... The Dugu Sword Emperor was surprised. Hua! The underground was too hot. In the blink of an eye, the solidified rocks turned into magma again. However, there were no more swords in the magma. It's just sword chi and sword intent. There are no real swords. Just follow me. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Yan Wudi said excitedly. The emperor frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. The emperor felt that Yan Chuan's body seemed to have absorbed a huge amount of heat in that instant. He didn't absorb it, but seized it. It was a domineering seizure. They were in the depths of the volcano. It was unrealistic to solidify magma here. However, Yan Chuan was solidified. The emperor could even feel the coldness from Yan Chuan's body even from a distance. The emperor looked at Yan Chuan again. The group quickly flew towards the place where the swords were gathered. Yan Chuan was like a freezer. Wherever he went, the magma would solidify instantly. The swords would also solidify instantly. The journey was smooth. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. At this point, there were even more sword edges. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at all. However, Yan Chuan was different. The thunderclouds in the sky could absorb boundless amounts of heat. This path seemed to be tailor-made for Yan Chuan. Phew! The group flew upwards. After passing through a long volcanic tunnel, they finally arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Bang! The four of them flew out of the magma. However, there was no more sword chi around them. This is too smooth. The Dugu Sword Emperor was speechless. This made the Dugu Sword Emperor feel very unrealistic. How is this possible? The group flew out of the volcano and stood at the top of it, looking around. Looking around, there were divine swords everywhere. Divine swords were flying in the sky while the ground was filled with divine realm swords. Only the crater in the center of the volcano had hundreds of flowers blooming, and there was no danger to speak of. Father, look, there is a hall over there, isn't it? Yan Wudi's said, with excitement. There was indeed a palace not far away. There was a palace hall inns. Not in was. There was a plaque on hall. Heaven palace hall. Palace hall. Hall. Have we really arrived at the residence of the patriarch? Dugu Jianwang was stupefied. This is. Father, let's go. Yan Wudi said excitedly. Oh, okay. The Dugu Sword Emperor felt like he was dreaming as he nodded. The group flew towards the palace hall. Happiness came too suddenly. Dugu Jianwang was still dizzy. Could it be that he had become the next patriarch in such a muddle-headed manner? Just as the group flew towards the palace hall, a heart-wrenching voice suddenly sounded. Dugu Sword Emperor. The voice was filled with endless grief and indignation. It was a kind of great grief that hated the heavens and earth. The Dugu Sword Emperor's nerves tightened when he heard the voice. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. At the edge of the sword tomb's inner circle, there was a dazzling purple divine sword. The divine sword was 10 zhang long, and it looked down at the battlefield inside the sword tomb. Chapter 771. On the battlefield, 50 experts struggled while bathed in blood. They were surrounded by countless purple longswords. These 50 experts were Dugu Tianji, Dugu Tianya, and the others. The giant sword flashed and a group of longswords rushed toward an emptiness realm expert like a rainstorm. Boom! The godly swords roared. Under the rain of swords, an emptiness realm expert was cut in half. Another emptiness realm expert fell into a pool of blood. Dugu Tianya and the other emptiness realm experts struggled bitterly. Almost everyone was covered in blood. Almost a day had passed. Out of the 300 emptiness realm experts, only 40 or so were left. The others were all buried in the sword tomb. Pushing forward step by step, the 9 Swords mountain range displayed its majestic power. Finally, it had reached the final step. However, the last step was like a gift from heaven. They couldn't cross it no matter how hard they tried. The giant sword was like a god. It blocked everyone's path and killed them one by one. Although the experts were filled with hatred and sorrow, victory was in sight. Although many people had died, victory was in sight. Although they couldn't break through the giant sword, victory was in sight. Dugu Tianya didn't feel anything until he saw Yan Chuan and the other three. At this moment, the members of the Nine Swords Mountain range all showed expressions of hatred. How is this possible? How is this possible? Dugu Tianya was filled with sorrow and hatred. All the experts who were bathed in blood and fighting showed expressions of despair. 2 lower emptiness realm experts, 1 divine realm expert, and 1 chi realm expert. They don't have any injuries on their bodies. How is this possible? How is this possible? Dugu Tianya was filled with sorrow and hatred. In order to enter the center, everyone had sacrificed too much. However, in the end, they realized that the Dugu Sword Emperor, who looked down on them, was ahead of them. God was unfair. God was unfair. Everyone was shouting in their hearts. It was difficult to get rid of the depression. Everyone's lungs were hurt by this depression. Boom! The giant sword flashed again. Another round of explosion occurred and charged toward an emptiness realm expert. Ah! With just a scream, the emptiness realm expert was instantly cut into pieces. Let's hurry to the heaven-mending palace. Yan Chuan frowned and shouted. Yan Chuan didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. It was time to harvest the fruit. There was no room for hesitation. However, the Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't bear to see this happen. Dugu Sword Emperor. Quick! Save us! Save us! Cut that giant sword apart! Dugu Tianya shouted. The Dugu clan is of the same breath and branch. Save us! Dugu Sword Emperor, you can't leave us to die. Dugu Sword Emperor, cut that sword apart. Dugu Sword Emperor, you are the patriarch. We no longer have any thoughts of fighting for the patriarch's position. We only wish to preserve our lives. Dugu Sword Emperor, you will be the head of the family from now on. We are all members of the Dugu family. Save us! Everyone roared together. The Dugu Sword Emperor couldn't bear to see this happen. When Yan Chuan saw this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Dugu Sword Emperor, go and see Dugu Butian first. After that, come and save them. Yan Chuan shouted. That's right, father. Yan Wudi also shouted. Boom! Another emptiness realm expert was cut into pieces by the giant sword. Father! Yan Wudi shouted. No! I can't just sit and watch. They are still members of the Dugu clan. The Dugu Sword Emperor shook his head and said. Boom! Another emptiness realm expert was cut into pieces. Chapter 772. The Dugu Sword Emperor immediately rushed over. Seeing that the Dugu Sword Emperor had come to save them, everyone's face lit up. Looking at this scene, Yan Chuan could only feel anxious and helpless. After all, he was still an outsider and couldn't persuade them. Slash! The Dugu Sword Emperor slashed at the Tenjonglong giant sword. Boom! The Tenjonglong giant sword was instantly sent flying by the Dugu Sword Emperor, and the giant sword killing formation was immediately dispelled. Boom! The sword formation surrounding Dugu Tianya and the others instantly became much smaller. The pressure instantly disappeared. Dugu Tianya, who was nearby, instantly charged through the sword mound. Ha ha ha! Dugu Tianya excitedly shot into the safe zone. Dugu Tianya! The Dugu Sword Emperor had just shouted. However, he received Dugu Tianya's malevolent gaze and a domineering sword. Bastard! In the distance, Yan Chuan's expression changed and the Jade Emperor's sword flew out. Chi! Dugu sword was too fast. It was so fast that it instantly slashed into the Dugu sword emperor's shoulder. Furthermore, the sword slashed from the hilt to the abdomen. It looked like the Dugu sword emperor would be cut in half. Ding! The Jade Emperor's sword knocked Dugu sword back. The Dugu sword emperor's body was also sent flying. While flying in the air, the Dugu sword emperor widened his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief and boundless regret. You! The Dugu sword emperor was almost cut in half. He spat out blood as he shouted hatefully. Father! Yen Wudi rushed over in panic. Bang! Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu sword emperor. Father, father! Yen Wudi couldn't help but jiaohu. His eyes were red. Why? Why? The Dugu sword emperor looked at Dugu Tianya and spat out blood in despair. He had saved him. How could he do this? Dugu Tianya merely sneered at the Dugu sword emperor. He turned to look at the Jade Emperor's sword that was blocking him. Middle void stage. Yen Chuan frowned as he looked at Dugu Tianya. Boom! At the sword tomb, another loud sound rang out. Dugu Tianji barged in with a loud bang. Dugu Tianji, the hall master of the Nine Swords Temple, looked at the dying Dugu sword emperor in Yen Wudi's arms and said indifferently, Dugu Tianya, well done. Yes. Dugu Tianya said smilingly. You. Pfft. The Dugu sword emperor, who was already heavily injured, spat out another mouthful of blood. Dugu Tianji landed and immediately looked at the distant heaven-mending hall. Heaven-mending palace? Ha! Dugu Tianji's eyes flashed with excitement. Let's go! Dugu Tianji shouted. Dugu Tianji and Dugu Tianya instantly shot towards the heaven-mending palace. Buzz! Two figures instantly blocked the two of them. Yen Chuan and the Emperor. Get lost! Dugu Tianji said coldly. Emperor, use all your strength. You and I, one each. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Use all my strength? Humph. The Emperor sneered. He waved the bronze long saber in his hand and a fierce saber aura ruthlessly slashed towards Dugu Tianji. Emperor, you are only at the lower void stage. You can't beat me. You couldn't beat me last time. This time, I have broken through. You can't beat me even more. Dugu Tianji stabbed with the long sword in his hand. Boom! The saber and sword collided. Jade Emperor's sword formation. To deal with Dugu Tianya, Yen Chuan quickly formed a sword formation and instantly enveloped Dugu Tianya. Humph, jumping clown. You want to block my way? Tianya sword formation. Dugu Tianya coldly snorted from within the formation. Boom! Dugu Tianya quickly formed a sword formation with the sword in his hand and faced Dugu Tianji with the formation. The four experts brazenly made their moves. The others were still fighting in the sword tomb. However, the pressure was much less now. They should be able to come out soon. Father, you will be fine. You will be fine. Yen Wudi unceasingly poured his magic power into the Dugu sword emperor's body. However, the Dugu sword emperor was almost cut in half. Dugu Tianya's sword had destroyed his foundation. How could he recover so easily? The Dugu sword emperor said bitterly, My son, I brought this upon myself. I have let you down. Chapter 773. The Jade Emperor's sword array condensed a sword chi storm that spun clockwise. Within the Jade Emperor's sword formation, Dugu Tianya's sword formation was rotating counterclockwise. The two sword formations in opposite directions spun rapidly and collided with each other. Rumble. It was as if two gears were colliding in reverse. Sword array. How is it possible for you? You're just deity realm. How can you stop me? Dugu Tianya said in surprise. Within the Jade Emperor's sword formation, Yan Chuan looked coldly at Dugu. Nothing is absolute in this world. Dugu, are you not a member of the Dugu family? Yan Chuan coldly asked. His nephew had said that the Nine Swords Hall was hostile to the other halls. Furthermore, Dugu had ignored the Dugu Sword Emperor's kindness of saving his life and killed him without hesitation. This made Yan Chuan a little suspicious. Of course, it was only a suspicion. After all, it was not impossible for a family to produce a group of scum. Therefore, Yan Chuan asked, "Are you not a member of the Dugu family?" It could be understood that Yan Chuan doubted Dugu identity. Similarly, it could also be understood as saying that Dugu was inhumane and didn't care about blood ties. It all depended on how the other party understood it. Hearing Yan Chuan's words, Dugu expression changed. "How did you know?" Dugu asked in a slightly panicked manner. Yan Chuan was slightly stunned, but he hid it extremely well. Was this Dugu really not a member of the Dugu clan? How would I know? How do you think I know? Otherwise, how do you think we arrived at the depths of the sword tomb without a scratch? Yan Chuan said in a cold voice. Yan Chuan did not say why, but he gave Dugu a psychological hint. That's right, they had risked their lives to get here, but Yan Chuan and his group of weaklings had come in unscathed. Conspiracy. It was a huge conspiracy. Dugu, who had a guilty conscience, used Yan Chuan as an excuse. It's Dugu. Did Dugu discover it? He knows. Dugu expression greatly changed. Humph, of course he knows. What do you think? Yan Chuan said. The more Dugu was confused, the more Dugu was the Dugu was Dugu even more. No, we did it very covertly. How could it have been leaked? How is that possible? Dugu said with grief and hatred. The purpose of the sword tomb is to catch all of you in one fell swoop. Most of the people in front are already dead. Do you still want to struggle? You have no chance. Yan Chuan said coldly. Dugu, you can't kill us. You can't. The main clan is in decline. It's useless to hide. Forget about clan Lord Dugu. Even our sword division master could wipe you out. Dugu, did you hear what I just said? Our sect master is stationed outside this world. You can't kill me. Otherwise, none of the Dugu sect's disciples here can think about living. Dugu roared at the sky, as if he wanted to shout for Dugu to hear. Hearing Dugu words, Yan Chuan opened his mouth and was stunned. Did this person go stupid from practicing the sword? So easy to deceive. Main sect. Split up. It looked like this group of people were also Dugu sect's disciples. However, they were one of the 9 sword sect's Dugu potion subordinates in the immortal world. Dugu, do you think that after busying yourself for half a day, everything was for nothing? What you can't get isn't what you can touch. Yan Chuan berated. What you can touch isn't what you can touch. Yan Chuan naturally did not know what they wanted to touch, but it did not hinder Yan Chuan from tricking him. Chapter 774. Dugu was indeed cooperative. The main family's secret. That's right, Dugu has boundless arrogance and doesn't need to be understood. However, our 9-sword mountain range is different. Dugu, what's the point of you guarding the main family's secret? The main family has completely declined, and only you are left holding on. How long can you hold on? Dugu shouted to the sky. The main family's secret? Yan Chuan asked again. This Dugu had indeed cultivated until he became stupid. Dugu, humph, don't be delusional. The main family's things are the main family's. It will never be your branch family's turn to steal. Although the main family is weak, it is still the main family. Your branch family, including Dugupatian, is just a dog of the main family. How can a dog dare to attack its master? Yen Chuan said coldly. Dog? Ha ha ha, you are the dogs. Do you know those immortals of your main family who ascended? Now that they are in the immortal world, they are also like dogs in our branch family. Tell us everything about this world. Otherwise, how do you think we can find you? Dugu Tianya said angrily. It turned out that the descendant of the Dugu family who had ascended in the past had leaked Dugu Butian's whereabouts. Yen Chuan gradually sorted out the situation and also found that this Dugu Tianya in front of him was too cute. Yen Chuan kept pressuring, threatening, and tricking Dugu Tianya. Dugu Tianya was also extremely cooperative and spilled all his secrets. From the first time he met Dugu Tianya, Yen Chuan knew that this person was definitely wholeheartedly focused on cultivation and had too little understanding of the sinister hearts of people. Otherwise, with his identity as a spy, why would he make enemies everywhere? Not only did he berate the emperor, but he also berated himself, mocked the Dugu Sword Emperor, and ostracized Yen Wudi. Was this the awareness of a spy? Yen Chuan kept trying to get information from Dugu Tianya. On the other side, the emperor's surroundings were filled with saber chi, blocking in front of Dugu Tianji. The emperor was only at the lower void stage, but in front of the middle void stage Dugu Tianji, he was not weak at all. Boom! The two collided. Hearing Yen Chuan's interrogation of Dugu Tianya below, Dugu Tianji's expression was extremely ugly. Idiot, idiot. Dugu Tianya, you idiot. Shut up. Dugu Tianji's eyes were filled with hatred. This Dugu Tianya actually said everything. Idiot. Whoosh. The long sword was about to slash towards Yen Chuan's Jade Emperor sword array. Clang. Dugu Tianji once again blocking in front of Dugu Tianji. Tianji, Dugu Tianji's S right? As the sword and saber clashed, the emperor's eyes turned cold as he said, the one who should get lost is you, Dugu Tianji. We didn't decide the victor last time, so let's do it again this time. Whoosh. Dragging the long saber, Dugu Tianji was immediately jolted away. Thhs. St. Humph, if not to sharpen my saber technique, you would have died countless times. The emperor's eyes turned cold as he waved the saber in his hand. Behind the emperor, 100-foot giant peak suddenly rushed out. The blade-shaped giant peak carried a powerful saber intent and pressed towards Dugu Tianji. Boom! The two peerless powerhouses fought again. On the other side, Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor. Father, you'll be fine. We don't want the position of family head anymore. Let's go back. Yen Wudi said with bloodshot eyes. His hand was constantly covering the Dugu Sword Emperor's wound. The blood could be stopped, but the essence energy was constantly leaking out. Chapter 775. The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at Yen Wudi with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Wudi, it's all Father's fault. Ha ha ha, Father can't take it anymore. Father can't leave you anything. Once Father leaves, you will definitely be ostracized by the other 8 palaces. Ha 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 ha. The Dugu Sword Emperor was extremely weak. Father, don't speak. Your essence will leak even faster. Yen Wudi anxiously said. Die. I'm not afraid. I can go see your master's wife. Remember, after I die, bury me with your master's wife. Cough, cough. The Dugu Sword Emperor coughed out blood. Father, you will be fine. Yen Wudi sobbed. Looking at Yen Wudi, the Dugu Sword Emperor suddenly revealed a desolate smile. He extended his right hand, and a white light suddenly appeared. Buzz! An inch-long sword shadow suddenly appeared in his palm. This is the proof of my 3 swords palace, Dugu Jian. The Dugu Sword Emperor looked at the inch-long sword shadow in his palm. Facing the shadow, the Dugu Sword Emperor solemnly said, "Dugu Jian, listen well. In the name of the Three Swords Palace Master, I formally swear that I am willing to pass down the Three Swords mountain range to my son, Woody Dugu of my own free will. Heaven and earth are my witnesses." Buzz. The shadow of the Dugu sword suddenly blossomed with a dazzling radiance. The Dugu Sword Emperor patted the shadow of light on Yen Wudi's forehead. Swish. The Dugu sword immediately entered Yen Wudi's body. Boom. Sword energy suddenly shot out from Yen Wudi's body in all directions. "Father. Wudi, listen well. From now on, you are the palace master of the Three Swords Palace. You can inherit the patriarch's position. With this proof, the patriarch will definitely approve of you. What father can help you with is only this much." Dugu Jianwang said with a bitter smile. "Remember, bury me with your master's wife." After the Dugu Sword Emperor finished his last sentence, his hand went limp and there was no more sound. "Father." Yen Wudi looked up to the sky and howled in grief. As Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor and cried, another figure quietly broke through the tomb and stepped into the central safe zone. It was a man with red hair. The man's eyes were extremely cold, but his body was the cleanest. If one looked carefully, one would notice that Dugu Tianya and Dugu Tianji, the two middle void stage experts, more or less had sword wounds on their bodies when they were in the sword tomb. However, the man with red hair on his temples was covered in snow and didn't have the slightest injury. The man looked at the Dugu Sword Emperor. Yen Wudi hugged the Dugu Sword Emperor's corpse and wailed loudly. The man revealed a look of disdain. This was because Yen Wudi was only at the peak of the Qi Jing level. The man was more concerned about the other two battlefields, Yen Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword formation and the battle between Emperor and Dugu Tianji. Looking at the two battlefields, the man squinted his eyes and analyzed which one he should help first. Suddenly, the man's expression changed and he looked at the Jade Emperor's sword formation again. At that moment, Yen Chuan suddenly turned around and noticed the man. Damn! Yen Chuan's expression changed. The man was the same. If he was discovered, the effect of his sneak attack would be greatly reduced. Without any hesitation, the man spun the long sword in his hand and rushed up to the sky. He turned into a ray of light and stabbed the emperor from his back. It was too fast. It was so fast that it could pierce through the emperor's body in an instant. Whoosh! Another middle void stage expert. Moreover, he is even stronger than Dugu Tianji. Yen Chuan's expression changed. He had already reached his limit by blocking Dugu Tianya. This man is even stronger than Dugu Tianji. I can't stop him. Once the emperor is severely injured, 3 middle void stage experts will gang up on me. Won't that be the end? Chapter 776. Yen Chuan didn't use his full strength against Dugu Tianya. After all, he still had the god sword. However, Yen Chuan knew that even if he used his full strength, he would suffer great losses. Moreover, killing Dugu Tianya wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Therefore, Yen Chuan chose to talk to the emperor. However, Yen Chuan could see that the emperor didn't use his full strength either. Of course, it seemed like an emptiness realm expert below the emperor's level was the limit of a middle emptiness realm expert. However, Yen Chuan knew from the emperor's eyes that the emperor still had something to rely on. The emperor was sharpening his sword. If the emperor was successfully ambushed, his team would be wiped out. Boom! Yen Chuan stomped his foot and charged into the sky with the god sword in his hand. The Jade Emperor's sword quickly withdrew and flew toward Yen Chuan to protect Yen Chuan. Blue sky thunder cloud, absorb! Yen Chuan roared. Boom! Suddenly, frost appeared all around. Yen Chuan quickly blocked the man who ambushed the emperor with the god sword. Boom! The god sword shot out, but it was nothing in front of the man. How could the Immortal Realm's sword and the Middle Emptiness Realm's sword compare? Yan Chuan could see that the man was stronger than Dugu Tianji. Yan Chuan's sword was mixed with endless cold air. Frost instantly rushed toward the man opposite him. The sword chi in the surroundings was instantly frozen, but the sword chi was only covered with frost. The Middle Emptiness Realm expert was too strong. Yan Chuan's cultivation in this life was too shackled. Therefore, he couldn't use his skills even if he had boundless strength. Yan Chuan's body was like an iceberg that enveloped Yan Chuan's body. Boom! More than half of the iceberg exploded, and the sword chi pierced through Yan Chuan's left chest. Yan Chuan was sent flying, and a large amount of ice shattered. Bang! Yan Chuan bumped into the emperor, who had turned his head around. Yan Chuan? The emperor asked in surprise. Yan Chuan's chest was pierced through, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He bitterly said, "I asked you to go all out, and you still have the time to sharpen your blade." Bang! 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 Dugu Tianji, and the middle void stage martial artist who had severely injured Yan Chuan all surrounded him. Yan Chuan's chest was pierced through. Clearly, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. 3 middle void stage martial artists against 1 war emperor. Dugu Tianji, why are you so slow? The white-clothed man coldly asked. The emperor's strength has increased again. Dugu Tianji said respectfully. The emperor looked at the hole in Yan Chuan's chest, and his eyes instantly turned red. This sword was originally aimed at him. At that time, he was dealing with Dugu Tianji and had no time to block it. Was it Yan Chuan who saved him? So sorry. The emperor said with a complicated look in his eyes. Why aren't you attacking? Don't worry about me. I won't die yet. Yan Chuan shouted. Attack? You can't even defeat me, and now there are 3 middle void stage martial artists. Emperor, let's see how you're going to escape. Dugu Tianji said coldly. The emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and his face twitched. For a moment, a vicious aura shot out. Roar! The emperor suddenly raised his head and roared. A surge of vicious aura exploded. The vicious aura shot out, blowing in all directions like a storm. The emperor's face became more and more malevolent, and suddenly changed shape. It was as if his skin had melted, revealing his dark red muscles. His skin melted, and the emperor turned into a flesh and blood devil. Bang! A pair of flesh wings suddenly appeared on his back. The flesh wings were also badly mutilated, as if they were skinned. Chapter 777. The teeth in his mouth also turned into saw teeth, and the emperor's body suddenly expanded. Caw caw caw. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10 meters tall monster with no skin all over his body. His head was ferocious, his eyes were as big as copper bells, his mouth was like saw teeth, and his back had fleshy wings. It was like a demon's fantasy world. The long saber in his hand turned, and a terrifying killing wind blew out in all directions. The wind took the shape of a saber and blew in all directions, drawing huge saber grooves on the ground. What's going on? Dugu Tianji was stunned by this scene. The small and exquisite emperor just now had turned into a 10 meters tall monster in the blink of an eye. This form was too valiant. Gently putting down Yan Chuan, the emperor suddenly looked at the man who attacked him sneakily just now. The long saber in his hand turned and was about to slash. Humph, so what if you've turned into a monster? You scared me, go to hell. Dugu Tianji quickly slashed with his sword. Whoosh! Fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. In the blink of an eye, the emperor had already appeared behind Dugu Tianji. With his back to his back, Dugu Tianji immediately felt that something was wrong, but it was already too late. Boom! Only a saber light could be seen, and Dugu Tianji was cut in half at the waist. It was too fast, so fast that no one had time to react. The other two middle void stage experts also looked at the monster in front of them with incomparable astonishment. That speed? Whoosh! The monster turned its head and looked at Dugu Tianji and the other man. The faces of the two twitched. Even if Dugu Tianya was the weakest among the three, he was still a middle void stage expert. Killing him with one slash. Attack together. The man suddenly shouted. Roar. The monster roared. Whoosh. It was so fast that only an afterimage was left behind, and it instantly appeared behind the man. The man's entire body also trembled. Was it the same scene? The man quickly fled in horror. Boom. He was still a bit too slow. One of his arms was instantly cut off. Ah! The man cried out in pain. This wasn't a battle, this was a one-sided massacre. The emperor transformed into a monster, and his killing intent soared into the sky. The two middle void stage experts couldn't see his saber technique and figure clearly. If this continued, they would definitely be finished. What kind of monster is this? Dugu Tianji roared in shock. Who? The monster once again appeared behind Dugu Tianji, and with a backhand slash, it slashed again. No. Dugu Tianji was indescribably terrified. His long sword was placed behind his back, and his body was even more terrified as he fled forward. Boom! Dugu Tianji once again charged into the sword tomb. At this moment, Dugu Tianji would rather face the sword tomb than the monster. This monster was too terrifying. The monster turned its head to look at the one-armed man. The man was horrified and instantly charged into the sword catacomb. Roar! The monster roared. Dragging the long saber on the ground, the monster followed step by step into the sword mound. Boom! 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 Within the sword mound, thousands of divine swords shot out. The monster's eyes turned cold, and he swung his long saber. Boom! The divine sword exploded with a loud bang, and the monster raised his saber and quickly attacked everyone. Boom! Wherever the blade passed, a head flew out. With one slash, a sword cultivator fell. It was as if they were harvesting straws. It was too valiant. In front of the monster, the terrifying sword catacomb was like an uninhabited land. Not far away, Yan Chuan looked at this scene in astonishment. This? Transformation? Blade Demon? This is the real Blade Demon. Not bad. Since the Yan family has the bloodline superpower, the Emperor must have it too. What a powerful Blade Demon. Uncle Chuan, are you okay? Yan Wudi also rushed over. I'm fine. When the sword stabbed over, I froze all of the raging sword energy. It only pierced through my right lung and a few bones. I'm fine. Yan Chuan shook his head. Indeed, although Yan Chuan's chest was pierced through, there was a layer of frost around the wound, and he didn't bleed. Crackle. Suddenly, a large amount of fine lightning appeared around the wound. The lightning flashed and stimulated Yan Chuan's body. Tender flesh that could be seen with the naked eye grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the wound was filled with new flesh. He looked fine on the outside. Yan Chuan also closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He stimulated the growth of his internal organs and quickly recovered from his injuries. On the other side, the monster was too ferocious. It moved freely in the sword catacomb and quickly killed the Emptiness Realm experts. Dugu Tianji and the one-armed man couldn't escape. They were facing a monster that was filled with hatred and anger. They didn't hold back at all. Kill! 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 Yan Wudi looked at the monster in the distance with mixed feelings. Although the sword catacomb was powerful, it couldn't stop the Emperor and Uncle Chuan. Uncle Chuan used his wisdom and the Emperor used his brute force. Both of them could safely break the array. After killing everyone, the monster walked back. Slowly, the monster's body changed and turned back into the Emperor's original appearance. However, the Emperor's eyes were slightly weak. Obviously, transforming into a monster had exhausted the Emperor. The Emperor's clothes could change size. Obviously, it was a good treasure. The Emperor walked over, and Yan Chuan opened his eyes at the right time. Looking at the new flesh on Yan Chuan's chest, a complicated expression flashed across the Emperor's eyes. Finally, he took a deep breath and said, "Thank you. I'm fine." Yan Chuan said with a smile. The Emperor bit his lips and nodded solemnly. The Emperor didn't like to talk, but he wouldn't forget this kindness. "Uncle Chuan, my father, he." Yan Wudi's eyes turned red again. Looking at the Dugu Sword Emperor's corpse not far away, Yan Chuan sighed slightly. "Let's collect the Dugu Sword Emperor's corpse." Yan Chuan sighed slightly. "Okay." There were 4 people, but now there were only 3 left. After knowing that Yan Wudi had inherited the 3 swords vein, Yan Chuan was determined to continue to the Heaven-Mending Palace. The Emperor also had something to ask Dugu Mending Tian. The 3 of them slowly walked to the Heaven-Mending Palace. Heaven-Mending Palace. From the outside, the Heaven-Mending Palace was incomparably simple. There was no sense of glory, but the main hall was embedded in the mountain. The main door was even made of wood. The 3 Swords Palace Master, Dugu Wudi, requests an audience with the Patriarch. Yan Wudi respectfully called out. The main hall was silent. There was no reply. The 3 of them raised their eyebrows. The 3 Swords Vein Master, Dugu Wudi, requests an audience with the Patriarch through the Sword Tomb. Yan Wudi shouted again. The main hall was still silent. Yan Wudi looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan lightly nodded. After receiving Yan Chuan's affirmation, Yan Wudi stepped forward. He walked to the wooden door and said again, Dugu Wudi entered uninvited. "Please forgive me, Patriarch." After speaking, Yan Wudi stretched out his hand and pushed the wooden door. There was no resistance. The wooden door was easily pushed open. Yan Chuan outside the door was on guard. He looked into the main hall with a puzzled expression. The door was gradually pushed open until it was completely open. The 3 of them stood at the door and looked into the main hall. Their expressions changed almost at the same time. Chapter 778. Heaven Mender Palace. Before entering the palace, everyone had a strong fantasy. Dugu Butian was the number 1 person in the world 20,000 years ago. Even the Dugu family's descendants, except for those with average aptitude who ascended, all the talented disciples entered the Heaven Mender Palace upon reaching the upper void realm. In everyone's heart, this place should be a holy land for sword cultivators. However, the moment the door was pushed open, the holy land of sword cultivators in the eyes of the 3 was not the case at all. "This is..." Yan Wudi said in surprise. The center of the palace was incomparably bright. It was not a luminous pearl, but a white longsword that hung in the center of the palace. The white longsword emitted a gentle white light that illuminated the center of the palace. At the center of the palace, 1,000 figures were sitting. All of them wore white robes and surrounded a figure in the center. The 1,000 figures were not living people, but extremely thin corpses. All of them had snow-white hair and were exhausted of energy. Even though the corpses no longer had any vitality, their eyes were still shining with determination. Beside each of the corpses, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. Is that the myriad nether sword? The previous palace master of the 3 Swords Palace? An upper void realm expert who was recruited by the family head 50 years ago? Yan Wudi said in surprise as he pointed at one of the exhausted corpses. That is the World Calamity Sword, that is the Heart Extinguishing Sword, that is. Yan Wudi said continuously. Each of the swords was a legend of the Dugu family in the past. Beside each of the divine swords, there were only corpses left. Everyone is dead. Everyone is withered. How can this be? Yen Wuti said in surprise. The 1,000 corpses surrounded a white-robed old man in the center. That white-robed old man was the same. His body was so thin that only bones were left. His hair was dry and white, and his fingers were like branches. His withered hands were clenched together and placed in front of his chest. Looking from afar, there was no trace of life. They were like corpses. However, this old man's eyes were closed. Is that Dugu Butian? Yen Chuan asked the emperor. The emperor shook his head and said, I don't know. Dugu Butian was not like this in the past. His energy, profound qi, and even his soul were completely exhausted. What happened? Yen Wuti looked at the scene in surprise. 1,000 corpses. Heaven Mender Palace. The Dugu family's various palaces continuously entered the Sword Tomb in order to enter the Heaven Mending Palace and obtain the Patriarch's inheritance. However, how could the Heaven Mending Palace be like this? Yen could not help but take a step forward. Buzz! The white longsword that hung high above the hall suddenly emitted 100 times brighter light. The light illuminated the entire hall, and a powerful sword intent rushed towards the 3 people outside the hall. The 9's 10 nines were the 9 nether was 3 9 nether. Buzz! A beam of white light suddenly shot out from between Yen Wuti's brows. The white light rushed towards Bai Jian in the main hall. Instantly, Bai Jian's hostility dissipated. A sword-shaped white light appeared between Yen Wuti's eyebrows. The Dugu Jian that my father passed down to me? Could this be the proof? Yen Wuti blankly touched his forehead. The white sword hanging in the hall instantly withdrew its hostility and began to tremble rapidly. Buzz! The white sword trembled incessantly, and white light waves that could be seen with the naked eye rushed towards the old man's corpse in the center. Buzz! The old man's long hair suddenly trembled violently. Chapter 779. Then, under the gazes of the 3 people, the old man slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of empty eyes. In the old man's eyes, it was as if he could see an endless abyss. He's alive. Yen Chuan frowned at the old man. You're here. The old man said in a hoarse voice. Dugu Wuti of the 3 Swords Palace greets the Patriarch. Yen Wuti said respectfully. Dugu Wuti's daughter, Emperor, greets the Patriarch of the Dugu family. Emperor stepped forward. Yen Chuan greets the Patriarch of the Dugu family. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. Dugu Butian. This emaciated old man was Dugu Butian. Dugu Wuti. Since Dugu Jian admitted it, you're also a member of the Dugu family. Dugu family. Dugu family. Sigh. The old man sighed. Patriarch, are these the experts of the Dugu family? How could this be? How could this be? Yen Wuti looked at the corpses in shock. Innate sword bones, not bad. The old man didn't answer the question. Then, he looked at Emperor. You're the daughter of the Dugu family. The old man looked at Emperor. Patriarch of the Dugu family, my father died and I was sealed by him for thousands of years. I'm here today to ask Patriarch of the Dugu family what happened back then. Emperor said emotionally. The Dugu family is dead. Dugu Butian was slightly surprised. Dugu Butian's accident had disheartened Emperor. Dugu Butian didn't know. I've been in seclusion all this time. I don't know anything about the outside world. Ask someone else. Dugu Butian shook his head. Yes. Emperor nodded. Dugu Butian glanced at Yen Chuan and his eyes suddenly lit up. You're Yen Chuan. You're the same. It seems like I'm not alone. Dugu Butian suddenly sighed. Not alone. Patriarch of the Dugu family, what did you say? I don't understand. Yan Chuan didn't understand. Butian. You're also mending the heavens. A hint of approval flashed through Dugu Butian's eyes. Mending the heavens? Yan Chuan looked confused. When did he mend the heavens? Invincible Dugu. Dugu Butian called out. Here. Yan Wudi stepped forward. Do you want to know how they died? Dugu Butian asked. Yes. Yan Wudi nodded. They, I, and the ancestors of the Dugu clan, all have one goal in mind, to mend the heavens. Dugu Butian said. Mending the heavens? Yan Wudi was confused. There was a great calamity in the ancient times. The heavens died and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Goddess Jichen sacrificed herself to save the world. The calamity has only been blocked. There will be a day when it will come again. At that time, everything will be destroyed, said Dugu Butian. Yan Wudi listened carefully. Ancestor Dugu felt the calamity of the world and made a great vow. He swore to mend the heavenly Tao and fight for the vitality of the world. He changed his name to Dugu Butian. Generations of ancestors never stopped trying to achieve this goal. Unfortunately, an unfilial son, Dugu Butian, betrayed the clan and ruined my lineage. After that, I had no intention of obtaining the ancestors' legacy and continuing my unfinished business. Dugu Butian. You want to mend the collapsed heavenly Tao? The emperor said in surprise. Dugu Butian looked at Yan Wudi. Everyone thought that I would cause trouble for Dugu Butian, but how could the ancestor give me the time to do so? For peace, I brought 9 people into this world and reorganized the Dugu clan. All the talented disciples came to Heaven Mending Palace to mend the heavens with me. Dugu Butian recalled. Chapter 780. It has been 20,000 years. All the talented disciples have exhausted themselves to mend the heavens. Even I have exhausted myself, but in the end, we succeeded. Although it is only a Tao seed, as long as someone inherits it, it will germinate and strengthen the world. Dugu Butian said with pride. The Tao seed can't be inherited by those without great talent. I set up the sword tomb to test the disciples of the clan. If you have great talent, the sword tomb won't be difficult. If your cultivation is weak, the sword tomb's power will be weak. If your cultivation is strong, the sword tomb's power will be strong. Anyone below the upper void realm who can pass the sword tomb is a great talent, and I will let them inherit it. Unfortunately, it has been a year and no one has been able to enter. Patriarch, I. Yan Wudi frowned. I can see that you haven't experienced the sword tomb, but you have great luck. In my opinion, luck is a type of talent. Dugu Butian said. Yes. Yan Wudi nodded. Come here, child. Dugu Butian called out. Yan Wudi walked forward and knelt before Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian looked at Yan Wudi. We were all born in a bad era. The heavens are dead, the heavenly Tao has collapsed, all life is like grass, and all life is fragile. However, this is still our world. Dugu Wudi, I'll give you the world we created. I hope that you will use your life to strengthen this Tao seed and fight for peace for all life. Dugu Butian bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of all life. Patriarch, although I don't understand what you just said, I will always remember your words. I will never forget them. Yan Wudi said. My Tao is not alone. I'm not the only one who mends the heavens. In the future, if you meet someone who has the same Tao as you must do your best to help them. All those who mend the heavens are the hope of our world. Dugu Butian sighed. Yes, I will remember it. Yan Wudi affirmed. Dugu Butian nodded and slowly loosened his clenched fist, revealing a 13-colored speck of light in his palm. As soon as the 13 colored specks of light appeared, they seemed to be incompatible with the surrounding light. Dugu Butian pressed the dot of light into Yan Wudi's forehead. This is a Tao seed. Right now, it is extremely weak. You must let it grow, you must let it grow strong. Only then will my Dugu world's ancestors and us die a worthy death. Dugu Butian said. As he spoke, Dugu Butian loosened his withered hand. Buzz! Yen Wudi's entire body floated in the air, emitting a soft white light. It was as if he had entered a wonderful realm. He closed his eyes and remained motionless. Yen Chuan and Emperor naturally stood aside and didn't say anything. Yen Wudi floated in the air, while Dugu Butian looked outside the gate. Disciples of the Dugu clan, all of you, come to Heaven Mending Palace. Dugu Mending Tian said in a hoarse voice. Rumble. Outside, at the sword mound, the divine swords dancing in the sky all fell down. The barrier of the sword mound was completely removed. Countless disciples of the Dugu clan suddenly heard a voice. This is Patriarch's voice. Patriarch wants us to go to Heaven Mending Palace. Did I hear it wrong? Although there were many doubts, they still had to go to Heaven Mending Palace. Chapter 781. In front of the Heaven Mending Hall. As long as the Dugu family members were not outside, they were all present. More than 30,000 of them stood respectfully outside the Heaven Mending Hall. The hall masters stood at the front. Beside them were the corpses of the 9 sword halls Dugu Tianji, Dugu Tianya, and the others. The hall masters were silent. They all understood that today was the day that would decide the future of the Dugu family. Kwang! The doors of the hall opened with a loud bang. Everyone looked over, and their expressions all changed. How can this be? Everyone exclaimed. However, their respect for Dugu Butian calmed the commotion down quickly. Dugu Butian looked out of the hall. On one side stood Yen Chuan and the Emperor, and on the other side stood Yen Wudi. Yen Wudi bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Dugu family members, listen up. Dugu Butian said softly. Although his voice was soft, it resounded like thunder in the Dugu family. From today onwards, Dugu Wudi is the next patriarch. All of you shall listen to his orders. Dugu Butian said again. Patriarch. Next patriarch. Dugu Wudi. Yen Wudi. How can this be? The Dugu family members were all shocked. Patriarch, you can't. Dugu Wudi is not of our Dugu family's bloodline. Patriarch, Dugu Wudi's original name is Yen Wudi. He is not a member of the Dugu family. Instantly, the hall masters cried out. Letting an outsider be the patriarch? How can this be? Yen Wudi, Yen Chuan, and the emperor did not speak. Dugu Butian looked at the people outside the hall. Did you hear what I said? Dugu Butian said indifferently. Dugu Butian emphasized again. Instantly, the hall masters' faces turned ugly. Yes, we pay our respects to the family head. The 2 sword veins immediately bowed respectfully to Yen Wudi. Since Dugu Butian had spoken, the 2 sword veins would naturally obey wholeheartedly. The other hall masters' eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, in front of Dugu Butian, no one dared to act up. Yes, I will follow the orders of the family head. He bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian, Dugu Butian. Dugu Butian turned to Yen Wudi. Wudi. Dugu Butian said solemnly. Here. Yen Wudi said respectfully. I'll leave the Dugu family to you. I hope you treat them well. Dugu Butian sighed. Yen Wudi's face turned solemn. Don't worry, Patriarch. The Dugu family is my family. Wudi will never do anything to harm the Dugu family. I swear, heaven and earth will be my witness. Dugu Dugu Tian lightly. Dugu 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 Wudi were where Dugu Dugu heavens were than that Wudi, Dugu Dugu Dugu. As long as Wudi is alive, I will work hard for it. Yen Wudi said solemnly. Good, good. Dugu Butian showed a trace of relief. "Give me your sword," Dugu Butian said. Yen Wudi immediately handed over the azure sword. Dugu Butian gently waved his hand. The white long sword floating in the center of the hall suddenly flew down and stopped in front of Dugu Butian. "Butian, it's time to pass on your legacy. My generation didn't let you shine. I hope you can shine brightly in the next generation," Dugu Butian said with some reluctance. Whoosh! The white longsword rubbed against Dugu Butian as if it was reluctant to part with him. Fuse. "Butian, you have your own mission." Dugu Butian sighed. Chapter 782. Hum. The white heaven-mending sword suddenly hummed. Countless sword cries could be heard from outside the hall as the cries reverberated. All the swords in the sword mound began humming. In fact, the swords of the 30,000 Dugu family disciples began to vibrate. Hum hum hum. The humming of swords could be heard everywhere. It was as if all the swords were worshipping the heaven-mending sword. Only 3 swords didn't tremble. Yen Wudi's azulate sword, and Yen Chuan's Emperor and Jade Emperor swords. Under everyone's gaze, the heaven-mending sword suddenly melted into a liquid and flowed into the azulate sword. The azulate sword was changing rapidly. Its shape remained the same, but its color turned white and emitted a gentle glow. The heaven-mending sword and the azulate sword had merged. Only the white sword was left in the air. "Wudi, this is the heaven-mending sword that has been passed down for generations. It has a spirit and only recognizes its master. From now on, you are the head of the Dugu family. Treat it well." Dugu Butian handed over the heaven-mending sword. Outside the hall master's eyes flashed with reluctance. This was the proof of the head of the family. Yes. Yen Wudi received it respectfully. After explaining everything, Dugu Butian looked at the 30,000 people outside the hall again. "I have nothing else to give you disciples of the Dugu family. I'll leave each of you with a sword in tent. I hope you can assist Dugu Wudi well and fulfill my lifelong wish." Dugu Butian sighed. 2 beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. Hum. The 2 beams of sword light turned into 4, then into 8. They rapidly expanded and shot toward everyone outside the hall. 10,000 swords shot out and instantly shot into the bodies of the Dugu family disciples. Hum. Everyone closed their eyes. Sword chi surged from their bodies as if they had comprehended a supreme technique. At this moment, Dugu Butian used up the last drop of his life. With a smile, he slowly closed his eyes and turned into a withered corpse. Head of the family. Yen Wudi immediately knelt down. Yen Wudi kowtowed 3 times to Dugu Butian's corpse. As for Yen Chuan and Emperor, they bowed respectfully to Dugu Butian. Although Dugu Butian was dead, he had deeply shocked Yen Chuan. For the world, for the people, for generations. Not for a lifetime, but for a breath. Such a breadth of mind. This was the first time Yen Chuan saw it. 10 days later, outside the Dugu family. When Yen Chuan was about to leave, Yen Wudi walked him out. "Wudi. You can leave." Yen Chuan said. "Yes, Uncle Chuan. I'm now the head of the family, but I'm worried that some people won't accept it." Looking at Yen Wudi, Yen Chuan smiled faintly, not convinced. "That's because your master isn't qualified." "Wudi, this is your first step. I hope that when you come back to help me, you will not only be amazing in sword Dao. This place, the Dugu family, is your best starting point. I believe in you. You will handle everything well. Remember, force can't solve everything, you have to use your brain." Yen Chuan said solemnly. "Yes, Uncle Chuan, don't worry." Yen Wudi said firmly. After bidding farewell to Yen Wudi, Yen Chuan set off again. The flying boat flew in the air. Yen Chuan stood at the bow of the boat. Butian? Dugu Butian? Yen Chuan's mind could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 783. Atlas Studios East Divine Continent. It was a quiet forest. Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi was extremely dense around the forest. Some places were even covered in fog. This was not fog, but Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi. It was so dense that it was about to turn into liquid. It was more than 100 times denser than Yen Chuan's number 1 abode in the world. There were birds and insects around. However, the strange thing was that even with such dense Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi, no animals evolved into demon beasts. The main part of this forest was a huge valley. Outside the valley, there was a huge tablet with the words Jingxi Valley written on it. Outside Jingxi Valley, there was a figure kneeling on one knee. If the experts of the East Divine Continent saw this, they would be shocked. That was because the figure kneeling on one knee was extremely famous in the East Divine Continent. Guyu, Holy Son of the Dazhao Holy Ground. He had interacted with Yen Chuan many times and was a Middle Void Realm expert. This person was not famous for his cultivation, but his status. As the son of Mohina Dojin and the Holy Son of the Holy Ground, he had many supporters. At this moment, Guyu Holy Son was kneeling respectfully outside Jingxi Valley. Swish! Another silver light landed beside Guyu Holy Son. Greetings, Dao Lord Yuyu. Guyu Holy Son called out to the newcomer. The newcomer was Dao Lord Yuyu, who had experienced the battle with the Ghost Emperor in the South Divine Continent not long ago. Dao Lord Yuyu nodded to Guyu Holy Son. Then, he waved his long sleeves and knelt on one knee. He faced Jingxi Valley. If Guyu Holy Son's kneeling could shock the experts of the East Divine Continent, Dao Lord Yuyu's kneeling was not a matter of shock. Dao Lord Yuyu was one of the strongest people in the world. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee. I wish you good fortune, Holy Master. I hope I didn't disturb you. Dao Lord Yuyu called out to the valley respectfully. A voice sounded from Jingxi Valley. I'm watering the flowers. What's the matter? Speak. It was the voice of a woman. There was a hint of experience in her voice, and she sounded condescending. Dao Lord Yuyu did not feel insulted. Instead, she heaved a sigh of relief. Reporting to the Holy Lord, Yuyu has just returned from the Southern Divine Continent. A Ghost Emperor has appeared in the Southern Divine Continent, King Guiyu. He came from the netherworld of the Immortal World, the Great Nightmare Dynasty. Dao Lord Yuyu recounted the entire process of this trip in detail. Impartiality. Got it. A woman's lazy voice came from Jingxi Valley. He didn't seem to care. A hint of anxiety appeared on Dao Lord Yuyu's face. Holy Lord, this person is King Gui. He's extremely powerful and your subordinate is no match for him. Furthermore, his ambition is huge and you can see it from Li Canghai's arrangements. Holy Lord, you have to be careful. Dao Lord Yuyu said worriedly. Defend? He's not qualified. A woman's disapproving voice came from Jingxi Valley. Dao Lord Yuyu blushed. Yes, Yuyu has embarrassed the Holy Lord. Dao Lord Yuyu said respectfully. Now, make a trip to the Northern Divine Continent Celestial Mysteries sect on my behalf. The woman's voice rang out from Jingxi Valley once more. Holy Lord, please give your orders. Just say that I want to practice the heaven-piercing spear, and tell them that they are not allowed to deduce the mysteries of heaven during this period. The woman's voice sounded again. Yes. Dao Lord Yuyu felt proud. Celestial Mysteries Sect. Fate cultivation sects were equivalent to the various holy grounds and were one of the top forces in the world. However, the Holy Lord could order them around with a single word. This was the number one person in the world. I'll take my leave. Dao Lord Yuyu said solemnly. Go on. Tao Lord Yu retreated. Guyu Holy Son, who was kneeling at the side, looked at Jingxi Valley with admiration. Chapter 784. Yang Guyu. The woman's voice sounded again. Yes, yes. Guyu Holy Son said nervously. Years ago, I once placed a great boundary suppressing steel in the central divine continent. I don't know who stole it, but I have calculated that the thief is near the Archaean sect's sacred grounds. I am giving you a decree. Go to the Archaean sect's sacred grounds immediately and find the thief. Execute him on the spot. Anyone who resists will have their entire family executed. Go to other sacred grounds to kill. Yes. Guyu Holy Son said excitedly. He was excited that the Holy Lord had assigned him such an important task. 2 years later. On the airship where Yan Chuan was. Your Majesty, Her Majesty has left. Hua Guang said. I know. Yan Chuan nodded. I can see that Her Majesty is very powerful. Why didn't you try to persuade her to join the court? Hua Guang asked doubtfully. She won't be willing to be under anyone. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yes. Your Majesty, I have asked around about that city. We are on the right track. We will be near the Archaean sect's sacred grounds soon. Hua Guang said. We are almost there. Yan Chuan stood up. Yan Chuan walked out of the hall and to the bow of the airship. He looked into the distance. The Archaean sect's sacred grounds is right in front of us. Hua Guang said. Yan Chuan looked into the distance. There were layers upon layers of mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. He could only see a huge city in the distance. Go to that city and find out where Meng Hongying's residence is. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Hua Guang quickly left with a few people. The airship found a secluded valley and stopped. After half a day, Hua Guang returned. Your Majesty, Meng Hongying's residence is north. After 3 cities, you will reach it. Hua Guang said. Yes. However, Your Majesty, this subject has also heard another piece of news. Hua Guang suddenly said with a frown. Oh. A 3-legged golden crow has appeared about 100,000 kilometers to the east of U.S. Hua Guang said. 3-legged golden crow. Jin Dayu? Yan Chuan asked in surprise. Jin Dayu, the original founder of the Great Winged Heaven School, was later released by Yan Chuan in the Sea of Providence. I'm not sure, but I think it's him. That's the mouth of a volcano. Someone discovered a 3-legged golden crow rolling around in the volcano. The news spread to the nearby cities and immediately attracted the attention of the divine sect. They even sent a large number of experts to surround and annihilate it. They should be engaged in a fierce battle right now, Hua Guang said solemnly. Let's go, we'll talk as we walk. Yan Chuan immediately ordered. Yes. The flying boat took off again. Mouth of a volcano. It seems that Jin Dayu went there to treat his injuries. He didn't want to be seen by others. Did you find out who went to surround and annihilate him? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. To be precise, it should be an encirclement. Last time, Meng Hongying mentioned that there are 10 divine palaces in the divine sect, A, B, C, D, E, G, Gang, Xin, Ren, and Gui. The one who has his eyes on Jin Dayu is the son of the Gui Divine Palace's palace master, the Holy Son of Outyan. Hua Guang explained. The Holy Son of Outyan? Yan Chuan asked curiously. He gave himself that title. Hua Guang also said curiously. He gave himself that title. Yes, this person is extremely pompous. He relied on the favor of the Gui Divine Palace's palace master to abuse his power. He even called himself the Holy Son of Outyan. In fact, his cultivation is only in the immortal realm, but he's narrow-minded and vengeful. There was once someone who was dissatisfied with the behavior of the holy son of Autian. After saying a few words of justice, the holy son of Autian annihilated his entire family. Huo Guang said with disgust. Such a person can be the holy son? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Who told the Gui Divine Palace's palace master to only have one son? Huo Guang smiled bitterly. Chapter 785. It didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Standing on the airship, they could see flames and smoke billowing into the sky. Between the flying sand and rocks, they could see an intense battle taking place. 5 peerless experts were besieging a 3-legged golden crow. Boom! Everything in their path was in ruins. Mountains collapsed, rivers were broken, volcanoes erupted, and lava shot out in all directions. Wah! The 3-legged golden crow cried out angrily. It waved its wings, and rays of golden light shot towards the 5 experts. However, the 5 peerless experts were no weaker than it, and each of them was using all their strength to attack it. The 3-legged golden crow was already covered in wounds. Ha ha ha, evil creature, you should just surrender. One of them shouted excitedly. The 3-legged golden crow twisted its body stubbornly, trying to avoid the attacks of the 5 experts. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, stood 4 figures. Their eyes were sharp as they looked at the battlefield. In front of the 4 of them was a chair made of tiger skin. On it sat a rather handsome youth. The young man looked excited. 3-legged golden crow. Ha ha ha, the other holy son all have mounts, demon leopard, demon ox, and demon bat. My mount must be better than them. 3-legged golden crow. I can't believe there's such a monster near my holy land. Ha ha ha. The young man shouted excitedly. Evil creature, it's your honor to be the mount of the holy son, Ao Tian. Why don't you surrender? Are you hurt? If you become my mount, I'll give you the best medicine to heal your injuries. The young man shouted. The 3-legged golden crow twisted its body and looked at Ao Tian holy son angrily. You want to subdue me? Dream on. The 3-legged golden crow roared. Bastard? Who are you calling a bastard? Ao Tian holy son's face suddenly turned cold. Wah! The 3-legged golden crow let out a long cry, no longer paying attention to the proud heaven holy son, and once again began to fight with the 5 people. Let me ask you, is he cursing me? The proud heaven holy son looked at the person behind him and said. The man had a strange look on his face, but he nodded and said, Holy son, it seems so. Scold me. The holy son glared at proud heaven and proud heaven. Arg! Bastard! You too, go capture it. I'm going to pluck its feathers and cook it tonight. The faces of the 4 people behind proud heaven holy son stiffened. Proud heaven's holy son's character is exaggerated and capricious. Just now he wanted to subdue the 3-legged golden crow, and now he wants to eat it. What are you waiting for? Proud holy son shouted. Holy son, palace master, we will protect you. The 4 of them shouted. Safe. Do I need your protection? I'm proud heaven's holy son. Who dares to hurt me? If you don't go, I'll go back and tell my father that you beat me up and forced me to keep it a secret. Proud heaven holy son shouted. 2 of them sighed bitterly, then nodded and said, yes. Whoosh! The 2 of them quickly flew to the battlefield. The 3-legged golden crow was already in a difficult situation when fighting against 5 experts. Now there were 2 more, making it 1 against 7. He was in an even more difficult situation, and the wounds on his body were increasing rapidly. Roar! The 3-legged golden crow roared in grief. In the distance, Yan Chuan, Huo Guang, and the others hid their airship in the valley, frowning as they watched. It really is Jin Dayu. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Chapter 786. Your Majesty, should we save them? Huo Guang frowned and asked worriedly. Save them? Yan Chuan said affirmatively. But those people are all at the middle void stage. Do you want me to wake Feng Yinyang up? He's been in seclusion for a long time. Huo Guang asked. No need. Feng Yinyang rarely goes into seclusion. Don't disturb him. Yan Chuan shook his head. Yan Chuan looked at Ao Tian's holy son. Huo Guang instantly understood Yan Chuan's meaning. Your Majesty, to catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. Huo Guang's expression changed. That's right. This is Ao Tian's holy son. Ha! He's really spoiled. Yan Chuan revealed a strange smile. Your Majesty, this is the divine sect's holy land. This Ao Tian's holy son seems to be too spoiled. 9 middle void stage martial artists to protect him. That's too exaggerated. Isn't it too unworthy to deal with him? Moreover, isn't it too risky? Huo Guang said worriedly. Yan Chuan smiled and looked at the battlefield in the distance. What do you think of Jin Dayu? Strong. Even with an injured body, he can still contend with 7 middle void stage martial artists. Too fierce. Huo Guang said in a deep voice. On one side is Ao Tian's holy son, who has no interest in me. On the other side is Jin Dayu, whom I want to subdue. How can it be unworthy? Taking risks? What doesn't require taking risks in this world? Yan Chuan said indifferently. Yes. Huo Guang took a deep breath and answered. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Huo Guang asked doubtfully. Wait. Yan Chuan said affirmatively. Wait. Jin Dayu's potential is limitless. Although we have 2 more middle void stage experts, we may not be able to capture him in a short period of time. That holy son of Ao Tian is too impetuous. Impetuosity is his fatal flaw. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Off in the distance, Proud Heaven's holy son sat in his chair, clearly irritated by the fact that Jin Dayu had yet to be taken down. Trash. 7 people can't even catch a beast. Proud Heaven holy son grumbled. The 2 middle void stage experts behind Ao Tian holy son sighed. Everyone felt helpless when they had to deal with the guard. Wow. Jin Dayu swiftly fled to the side, but how could the 7 middle void stage martial artists let him escape just like that? Evil creature, if you don't surrender now, we won't hold back anymore. An expert roared. Roar. Surrender without a fight? Jin Dayu would rather die in battle. The battle became more and more deadlocked. Trash. 7 people can't even catch this beast. You two, go and capture him. Proud Heaven holy son said irritably. Holy son, you can't. We'll protect you. The 2 quickly shook their heads. Do I need your protection? Go. Proud Heaven holy son said angrily. No. The 2 shook their heads. You won't listen to me? I'll go back and tell father that you 2 tried to kill me, so he won't teach you cultivation techniques anymore. In the future, father won't allow you to attend his lectures. He might even expel you from the Holy Lands. Proud Heaven holy son said ruthlessly. The 2's faces turned ugly. Holy son. The 2 said bitterly. Why haven't you gone yet? Proud Heaven holy son shouted. The 2 exchanged a glance and sighed. One of them said, Holy son, he'll go help the others. I'll stay here. This is our bottom line. No, he's not as strong as you. How can he catch that beast? You go catch that beast. Proud Heaven holy son shouted. The 2 looked at each other and bitterly said, yes. Whoosh. Another person charged into the battlefield to capture Jin Dayu. Not far away in the valley, Yan Chuan saw this scene and laughed, now we can. Whoosh! Yan Chuan and Huoguang rushed out of the forest and toward the mountain peak. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.